Ini mày sao?
Number one. Should.
Okay, we'll start the folks that are here. And usually we do our jail docket first, but we haven't done anything for the Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Savannah Acosta.
Just the way that some of these come in, they're not in alphabetical order. We were just trying to get 20 at a time when they come in mixed portions.
Yes. I thought it was.
Okay, what we'll just have to do is there any of you lawyers have your clients present in the courtroom, look around and see if they're present in the courtroom. Mr. Hellringer, is your client present?
Yeah.
You'll bring your client, all you lawyers pair up with your clients back there and get them in line. It's not the way we anticipated would happen, but that's okay. Well, you don't need to do it out loud, brother. Just go back there. Mr. Hellringer, you'll bring your client around. What's your client's name?
Warren Hagan is president.
Wait a second.
Bob Hellringer for the record.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Commonwealth versus Lauren Hagan, 18 CR 00150 and 19 CR 0017. Are you Lauren Hagan?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1420.
Yes, sir.
We're here on today on a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
I tendered an offer, Mr. Hellringer, yesterday, the day before, I tendered an offer on this way to answer. We're not prepared at this time.
You what?
We're not prepared at this time to accept the offer.
Okay, I'll set your trial date.
It's fine. We do the 18 case first.
It's not my decision.
I think I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not my decision, so.
Okay, well.
But we'll tell you, you'll be the first one to know.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, are you going to elect today which case you're going to try, Mr. Johnson?
If you give me this signature, I'm gonna find it out. It's the case with about 4 or 5 ounces of meth, but I can't recall the number.
It is.
Once we get a trial, date, we'll give me a few days, I'll file notice. I just want to make sure. I thought we had the case settled this week.
I can't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
He said he thought he had the case settled. The reason he didn't know which number it was, but you know,
Well, I was only.
that's what he said. I don't want to comment on that. You just
Sure.
said you couldn't hear what it said, so
I appreciate you.
I'd be glad to. So you got it. How many? It's going to take 2 days to try it.
If you might be calling Miss Heflin too, we'll try that at the same time. I made the offer to her, she didn't accept.
Ms. Heflin in the courtroom.
She is prepared. She is prepared.
Who is her?
Kingsbury.
What about September 1st and 2nd?
I don't know, we had a panel, so.
Casey would be the one that would,
That's correct.
so it will be 19 CR7.
Yes.
How about September 20th?
You free that day, when you
Yeah.
do? Okay, it's fine.
I am, I can speak to Dick.
We will be.
Sure.
We need Mr. Garrett on that day too.
He'll be here.
Start at 9, Judge,
You need to be here at 8:30.
8:30.
And we'll schedule it for 2 days. I think we'll just do it.
Have a final pretrial at all? Or?
No,
Okay,
this is the final pre-trial,
thank you.
20 to 21st. Okay. No complaints on your bond, can you remain with us on the same bond? Okay, right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'll say hi, been a long time.
Good to see you.
Too bad about Tom here.
And Dan Carney.
Yeah, I didn't circle back.
He's a
Mom was
good
the best.
guy. He's a good guy. Have a safe
Good
trip
seeing
home.
you. Yes, sir.
What's your client's name?
Morning, Judge. It's Ryan.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ernest G. Line. 21 CR 0040.
And this is a claim that he was reading. And
Let me do this, okay? Are you Ernest Line? Are you Ernest Line? With the last 4 digits, social security number. Okay, year of birth. Okay, year of birth. You have the copy of that. Thank you. Ranger of Monroe County has returned to the document. You are here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions during this time period, you step away from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury has returned to the document charging you with possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, no registration plates are received, and failure to eliminate registration. You understand those charges? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt of indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, and plead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
yes, sir.
Okay. I will sign a reciprocal discovery order today. And the Commonwealth provides you discovery, and it sets out the process that you need to go through if you don't feel like you have all the discovery that you need. Where are the court dates? Okay. When's the next room? Okay, you're set this for a pre-trial on August 19th. You have a negotiation day set up.
Judge, I've got 2 other court cases on the 19th. We have a different day for pre-trial judge.
Where are you going to be that day?
Let's see, I'm in 2 different counties. I got one at 8:30 and one at 9.
What counties?
I don't have a mark here on my calendar, but they're.
Well, let's see, since you don't have a county now, we come first, then I guess you get Monroe County.
I apologize. I don't.
Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll be here all day long. The reason I ask you what county that you're in is I'm sure we can accommodate your schedule. If you're just in Metcalf and Barron, just a short jaunt. Yeah.
I just can't say whether it's Metcalf or Barron.
Okay, well, we can accommodate that. You know, I work with Judge Alexander all the time. He won't be in both places. will he?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, you'll be back here on August the 13th with your attorney for the purpose of negotiation, and then back on the 19th for your next pretrial. And both of those are conditions of your bond, okay? Okay, who's up next?
Thank you.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Actually, going to Ross Valley.
Okay. Morning, Mr. Bowden. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Donald Ross, Bobby, 21 CR 00060. Are you Donald Ross, Bobby?
Yes,
You were born in 1967. Last three digits of your social security number 3152. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have a right to remain silent. I'm going to read the indictment, and if you have any questions during this process, just step away from the podium and ask your attorney, okay? The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with fleeing or evading the police in the first degree, criminal mischief in the first degree, and terroristic threat in the third degree. You understand those charges? You understand the charges? Yes, okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client received in indictment, way formal reading and arraignment, interplea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, you'll be back here on August the 13th for negotiation with the Commonwealth, and August 19th for the first pretrial. And if there's not agreement by then, we'll go ahead and set your trial date, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No complaints. You may remain on the same bond, okay? Sign a reciprocal discovery order here. And Commonwealth will provide discovery to you.
Maybe excuse me.
Yeah, have a great day.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who's next here? Anybody else got a client in the courtroom? Good morning. Who are your clients?
Jakes and Casey Ross.
Hello.
Which one?
Judge, we can no longer hear. Your iPad's disappeared off my screen.
you stand up right there in the blue shirt, yeah. Come on around. Commonwealth versus Truman E. Adams, 21 CR 0074. Are you Truman Adams? You born in 1968. Last four digits of your social security number 1550. Okay, who is your attorney? Public advocacy?
I haven't been appointed yet, not in this case. I was appointed the other.
Okay, I'll appoint you in this case, too. The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent. Yeah, you do. Okay. Just bring it back there. All right. I'll stop you. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with assault in the second degree and endangering the welfare of a minor and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges? Okay. Counselor, you acknowledge that your client received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. You know, are there any complaints concerning this gentleman's bond that you're aware of? Okay, you'll be back here on August 13th for negotiation, August the 19th for your next pretrial. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a brief break right now. We'll be back in. If you lawyers need to pair up with any of your folks.
Whenever I can get his laptop.
Oh, I didn't know if I wanted to order anything in the file. We did plate papers, I guess we faxed them from the Barron County Jail.
Yeah.
So he'll have to sign.
Okay, we'll do.
We used to roll that on the computer. Get one. Well, I think we need to be in a hurry today, ladies.
Well, I gotta be Baron at one.
It was.
You think we'll make it before that?
We'll try.
Okay.
They'll be the ones that still living because they still grow their own things.
You're funny.
There's no station.
There's no appeal.
You got a trial September 20th.
How tall do you are?
So you told me that, and you still do that?
How tall you are?
I go back there and chew that body. I get him big smile. Yeah. Frog said, "Big keyboard turtles." Frog code. Red line up there.
Lorenzo accepts your offer.
He's the smartest guy in town.
Just get that paperwork signed.
Okay, correct. I'll be back 20, 30 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This is only one way to turn the truth. No, I figured we gotta try that one. Two brothers on one side. Who's standing later?
I'd rather you stay tuned.
He agreed. Now, we have probation or both, so we- so we got criminal. So he wrote it was criminal. That was before the river. So, I mean, if you want to hear, you have a hearing. That's what you should do. Now, in the stipulation, I might figure it out. I might not. I don't get it, man.
Go back. Go back.
I don't know.
So you got going there? Okay. Is there anybody else in the courtroom here that hadn't been called? It's on the docket. Okay, let's start on the front row, sir. You in a blue shirt, you know, come around. I don't know the other way to do it. Yeah. I'm gonna take care of these people. I'm gonna take care of these people in here, then I'm going to the jail.
I'm just doing it.
Okay. You gonna lower that for Mr. Stewart there? Commonwealth versus Stewart. Huh?
This one doesn't.
I don't know why it should work.
You just pick up. It'll pick you up.
Yeah.
You're good.
Commonwealth versus Tony Stewart, 21, you're all right, 21 CR 0039. You're here for a reign, Mr. Stewart. Were you represented by Public Advocacy in District? Do you have an attorney? You have enough money to hire an attorney? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna appoint Public Advocacy. Stewart. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment against you. You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. Last four digits, social security number 7573. Okay. The grand jury has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance, second degree controlled substance, prescription not in the original retainer, first degree possession of controlled substance, drug unspecified, no expired registration or expired or no registration plates. You understand those charges? Okay, Counselor, you acknowledge the receipt of that indictment there. The identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Okay, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order to make sure that the Commonwealth has provided you with all the evidence they have in the case. You should be here, sir, on the 13th of August for negotiation and again on the 19th for a pretrial, okay? I haven't received any complaints concerning your conduct, so you can remain free on the same bond, okay? Thank you. Okay, let's go over here. You, sir. Okay, Mr. Dewberry, thank you. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Wesley C. Dewberry, 21 CR 0030. Are you Wesley Dewberry? Sure. You represented by an attorney? Okay. The grand jury of Monroe County is returning an indictment against you. I'm going to identify your first last four digits of your social security number 7556, born 1987. Okay. If you have any questions concerning what's going on, step away from the podium. The grand jury has returned an indictment charging you with failure to dim lights, operating a motor vehicle under the influence, possession of controlled substance, first degree possession of marijuana and drug paraphernalia. You understand those charges? Wait a second here. Do you have the indictments? Wait, let me get there. Okay. So you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictments, waive formal reading, or enter plea of not guilty. Okay. Now I understand the motion has been made that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 0030? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Feel like you're fully informed about your entire case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speak, trial by jury. You have a right Be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and right to part of the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. Do you understand that? When you're guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, is this a felony plea or a diversion? Okay. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your guilty plea and proceed to trial. Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation? Mr. Cross, wait just a minute there, okay?
Proceed.
You need to take a seat. Well, like out in the crowd there somewhere would be good. Okay.
Your Honor, he was pleading guilty to operating a motor vehicle without alcohol concentration. Above 8 under influence of other substances, $200 fine cost at the first offense. He will also plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. He can also receive credit for time served. He has entered and completed a long-term treatment in 17 CR 85. And he has also paid time and cost of discretion in court. All evidence in this case will be destroyed and will be entering an order in lieu of revocation in 17 CR 85. He'll have to maintain that component.
Okay, you know, by entering this plea today, you have an additional felony charge on your record. And if you have any additional felonies in the future, the sentence on those felonies could be enhanced in a persistent felony offender law. You understand that? You also understand by entering this DUI here, that's enhanceable too. So if you have any DUIs in the future, they could be enhanced and prosecuted, ultimately leading up to a felony charge possibility. You understand that? Do you have your driver's license on you? You surrender them? Okay, what are the total costs on this thing, on a DUI and other court costs? Now, Mr. Stockton, you and I don't do DUIs very often. I understand that the Department of Transportation is supposed to do these things as far as the situation, but I assume I'm still supposed to take the driver's license. Yeah. Yeah, I think I do, but they're the ones that suspend it. We don't get involved in that anymore, according to what they told me at the Judges College. You hand those, I'm taking the license and handing it to the clerk here. Okay. How much? $665. Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, you need some time to pay the $665? Okay. Can you pay $100 a month? Okay, you pay $100 a month. First payment's done 30 days from today. Okay, that's part of your situation. Okay? Okay. Is there anything else you need to sign? Clerk's office on the DUI or anything? You got everything? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, sir, you next here. And you'll be on deck, okay? What's your name, sir? Last name is what?
Slade. That's what it was.
Slade. Okay. Combo versus Jeffrey Lauren Slade, 21 CR 00671. Mr. Slade, what year were you born? Okay, and what are the last 4 digits of Social Security number? Okay, you also have, hold on a second. CR 0072. Now, this is an arraignment on both of those charges. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent, okay? The grand jury of Monroe County returned an indictment charging you with 2 counts of expired license plates improper display of registration, possession of controlled substance, first degree meth, drug paraphernalia, operating the motor vehicle under the influence of controlled substance, failure to, and the second one, 0072, failure to or proper signal possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, operating under the influence. You understand those charges? You have the indictments yet, these charges? Okay. Rest of these here. You acknowledge Mr. Slade's identity, receive the indictments, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Slade, you need to be back here on August the 13th, negotiation in the case, and on August the 19th for a pretrial. Do you have your driver's license on you?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the deal on these suspensions here, Mr. Stockton?
I don't feel like there's been an opinion on that. Actually, it's gone, they went to prison, do not be operating motor vehicle. That's been long, in those cases.
Counselor, what's your position on his possession of his driver's license?
There's two different ones.
Yeah, I believe he's suspended. You want,
I understand he's gonna be suspended by Kevin until he gets the second opinion, so I don't know if they have it. These aren't second pieces, they're both first pieces. I would ask that it's bond condition, he might be allowed to that.
well, I'm gonna make it a condition of bond. I'm gonna take a driver's license, and if you find that I've improperly obtained a driver's license, that'll be returned with the background. Okay. How'd you get here today? Did you drive? Okay. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, you hold these driver's license until you receive a agreed order from the court to return them if I've improperly obtained them. Okay. Okay, you're gonna be here on the 13th and the 19th, okay? You stay on the same bond, okay? Next, gentleman with sunglasses and gray shirt. What's your client's name here? Hill. How much are you versus Lloyd Paul Hill, 20 CR 0076? Are you Lloyd Paul Hill? Okay. Born in 1966. Last four digits, social security number 3388. 3383, okay. You're down pretrial conference. What do y'all have?
We don't have them. We have, I think we're really close on it. If we could have one more pre-trial.
What's the Commonwealth have to say about it?
I will remember this very, if we don't have a resolution on the 13th, I'll be asking for a copy.
Okay, you be back here on the 13th for negotiation. We get on this list here, the 13th, it's 19th here. I just,
We're not taking.
okay. You be here on the 13th for negotiation and 19th for your next pre-trial, okay?
Judge, can I make sure that I have the correct number for Mr. Hill? Can he give
Berry
me his
County
phone?
Jail, we just have a few more that we're gonna do before we get to you.
Judge, it's Whitney with pretrial.
What's your
I
name?
need Mr.
What?
Hill's phone number.
Bradley Short. Okay. Commonwealth versus Bradley Curtis Short, 20 CR 0075. Are you Bradley Curtis Short?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1984?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 2127.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you represented by counsel,
Yes, Mr.
public advocacy, okay? This is a pretrial conference where y'all have.
Mayor.
Okay, a motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 20 CR 0077?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence with the Commonwealth that the Commonwealth has against you with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea in this case. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel, jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call, testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter, higher court if you lose. Have required the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that by entering a guilty plea that you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I'll wait the pre-sentence investigation report. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you can withdraw your plea. What's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Short, but you would definitely off taking over $500. That's $10,000 citizens, 5 years, pre-trial version, 5 years. He'll pay restitution to Walmart, $1,297.28. Monthly rate of $200 per month. Also pay the 5% first fee. He'll receive credit for time served, the court costs of discretion of court. And will remain active on supervision until restitution is paid for.
Pretrial diversion means if you successfully complete the terms of pretrial diversion, your case will be dismissed pretrial diverted. However, if you are brought in front of the court, you found to violate the terms of pretrial diversion, you'd be guilty of a felony. I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole can sentence you to any amount of time that is indicated in the agreement. You understand that? At that time, you would be a convicted felon, and in the future, any felonies could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. You understand that? What are the court costs in this case? $195. You need some time to pay that?
Please.
Okay, you pay that $30 a month, starting 30 days from today, in addition to the restitution. Is there a restitution order in here that I'm to enter? Okay. Has he signed a restitution order in the record there? Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a restitution order there, Mr. Berry? Here it is, right here. Bailiff. Mr. Short needs to sign that. Mr. Berry needs to sign it. Commonwealth needs to sign it. Mr. Stockman, can you come over and sign that restitution order? Okay, you need to meet with the probation parole officers over there, give them full information.
Thank you.
Okay, make sure you comply with this, or, you'll be a felon if you don't, you understand what I'm saying? Who's next on the next line back there, sir? You want to come up? State your name, please. Last name is what? Give me a spelling of that. Hayden, okay. There you go. Roy Randolph Hayden, 20 CR 0086, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Roy Randolph Hayden. Mr. Hayden, born in 1986. Last four digits of your social security number 0954. Okay, you're here for a pre-trial conference. What y'all have? Just hold it there. Have you reached an agreement? Is it a felony plea or is it a pretrial diversion? Okay. Oh, okay. A motion has been tendered. It says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under influence of drugs or alcohol? Are you the same person named in the indictment? Have we properly identified you as far as your year of birth and the last four digits of social security number? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully informed? Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand your rights. Have a right not to testify against yourself today. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at jury trial, right to confront a cross and have no witness called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. To understand that. By entering a plea today on a pretrial diversion, you give up those rights. Now you have a kind of a different misdemeanor. You're entering a plea and taking your punishment. There's not a DUI or anything in that. It is DUI. Okay. If there's a DUI involved, that means that having pled guilty to DUI, that's what we call enhanceable. If you get another DUI in the future, you can receive more serious penalties, including a possibility of a felony if you have enough DUIs. Do you understand that? And the other is on the felony case that you got a pretrial diversion. That means if you successfully complete the terms of pretrial diversion, your case will be diverted. It's a diverted dismissed pretrial diverted if you successfully complete that. You can have your record expunged. However, if you violate the terms of pretrial diversion, come back in front of me and I so find, then I would have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole. You'd be sentenced to felon and that can be enhanced in the future. You understand that? Knowing these constitutional rights is still your desire to go ahead and enter a plea in this case. Could you go over that exactly, Mr. Judge?
I would be honored. The Commonwealth reached this welfare fund last week. And the men operating motor vehicle alcohol concentration all above 0.08 or all on the influence. Following the last week, and upon the defense plead guilty to operating motor vehicle alcohol concentration above 0.08 or under, the Commonwealth recommends a fine of $200 fine cost all plead guilty to wanton name first degree defendant for 5 years pre-trial diverted 5 years supervised. Defendants will pay court costs after the court. Defendants will remain on active supervision until all restitution if active court costs paid for the court. Defendants shall obtain gainful employment to a minimum of 30 hours per week community service.
Is that what you agreed to? Is that your signature on there? Let him look at his signature. Thank you very much. You need some time to pay this. You have a cash bond up? You have a cash bond up? How much is the cash bond he has up? How much? 15,000. We can take it out of that if you want to. Is it your money that you put up or is it somebody else's money? Okay, well, or it be taken out of his bond and the rest of the bond be refunded to him. Okay. Thank you very much. You need to meet with probation pro officer over there to get information on the pretrial. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Need to talk to probation pro officer over there, give them information on the pretrial diversion. Okay. Somebody else on that row back there? Young man, you come on. What's your name, young man? You what? Bruin? Brown. Okay. A lot of Browns on the docket today. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tyler L. Brown, 21 CR 0047. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by public advocacy. Tyler Brown. I can't hear what you're saying. That's the way it is on the docket. Yeah. You born in 2001. Last four digits of your social security number, 2961. Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Grand jury Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of controlled substance in first degree. Counselor, you come up here and get that. You acknowledge the identity of your client, received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motion. Okay, I'll be reserving a reciprocal discovery order here. You need to be back here on August the 13th for negotiation, and August the 19th for a pretrial. You need to stay released on the same bond. I'm signing this reciprocal discovery order. The Commonwealth will give you your attorney the evidence they have in the case. Okay, I'm gonna go to the jail docket now since we have a fresh group of people come in back there.
Judge Whitney with pretrial. I need Mr. Brown, Tyler Brown, is not in compliance. He's not contacted pretrial. That was one of the conditions.
Somewhere. Okay.
Judge, can you hear me?
Barron County Jail. How many do we have in the Adair County? Is that a Cumberland County case?
No.
Let's go to the Adair County Jail first.
Judge Williams, can you hear me?
Ms. Fletcher, you have your microphone on?
Yes, I do. I've been trying to get your attention. Mr. Brown
Can't hear
is
you.
not in compliance. And I
Can't hear you.
needed him.
I don't know what's going on. Your volume is low.
Adair County Jail, can you hear me?
Yes, Judge.
Adair County,
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Speak up.
Say,
Yes, Mr.
Adair County,
Williams.
can you say something?
Can you hear us now? Is the mic not on?
I can hear him fine. I don't know if y'all can hear me. I can hear Miss Fletcher and the jail. Can you hear me?
I can hear the jail. I can hear you.
They can all hear, but you can't. It's something to do with your computer, so let's try to switch those. Can you hear us now?
You hear me?
Can you hear us now?
I
Derek,
can
you hear me?
barely hear
We can
you.
hear you.
Yeah.
You may.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Adair County, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Combo, Kentucky versus Richie Lawson.
Your audio's went off again, Judge. You know, we can't hear you.
The audio doesn't work on Kim's computer. So his computer would probably need to stay unmuted.
Can anyone hear us now? I fixed it.
Loud and clear.
We can hear you.
All right.
Y'all,
I swear that's just one page, giving them the true and correct.
Yes, sir.
Stay still at 22nd.
this is-
All right, no problem. Okay, we're gonna do Richie Dean Lawson, then I'm gonna go over to, I don't see Adair County on here.
We're on here, Judge.
Okay, there you go. Okay, gonna do Adair County. Richie Dean Lawson, 21 CR 0054. Are you Richie Dean Lawson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6135.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've been indicted in Monroe County. You're here for the purpose of arraignment right now. You have a right to remain silent. The Office of Public Advocacy is here. They represent you. The grand jury has charged you with traffic and controlled substance first offense, traffic and controlled substance first offense, both of them meth, and being a persistent felony offender, 2 charges. You understand those? You give me copies of those indictments.
No, sir.
You're represented by Office of Public Advocacy here. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Lawson, receive indictments, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Okay.
And
Sign a
Mr.
reciprocal discovery order. Mr. Lawson, your attorney's getting all the evidence they have. He'll be in contact with you. Arrangements will be made for you to be here for negotiations on the 13th of August, and your next trial date here is on the 19th, okay? Thank you very much.
Mr. Williams,
Thank you very much. You'll need to call your attorney, okay?
I got a question to ask you.
No, you have to call your attorney. Thank you very much.
Who's my attorney?
Thank you, Adair County. Is that all you have?
What's
Adair
my
County?
turn?
Thank you.
Okay, now I guess we'll go to the Hart County Jail.
That's on there, Kenny. Want that? jail. He just didn't make it.
Hart County Jail. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Luke Ballard. Mr. Ballard, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wait just a second. Very complicated thing going on here. So Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Luke Ballard, 19 CR 00117. Here for a pretrial conference on Mr. Ballard. Mr. Ballard, you were born in 1966.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6416.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Austin, are you involved in this case?
No, it's Mr.
Well, I know, but his camera's on. If he's not involved in the case, I was going to let him switch his camera off. Okay, thank you. Okay, what do we have going on here?
It's a felony plea, proposed felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Motion has been tendered. Mr. Ballard, it says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in 19 CR 00117?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
You've had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully informed?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to read those rights to you and to make sure you understand them. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. Entering guilty plea today, you give up those. Now, is this a felony plea or pretrial verdict? Okay, prior to any accepting your recommendation on a felony plea, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report. I can sentence you to any amount of time that is allowed under the law. If I sentence you more than you've agreed to, however, I'll let you withdraw your plea. Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, would you tell us what the agreement is and see if Mr. Ballard agrees with that? Go ahead.
Your Honor, he's charged with 2 counts of sexual abuse first degree. Both will be amended to unlawful transaction.
Wait just 1 second. Russell County Jail, will you turn your camera off till we get to you? Thank you. Russell County Detention Center, thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Ballard is charged with 2 counts of sexual abuse first degree, both being Class D felonies. They will be amended to unlawful transaction with a minor second degree being Class D felonies. He will receive a sentence of 5 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 5 years, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. He'll receive credit for time served and be released at final sentencing. He will have about 9 or 10 months in at that time. He'll pay a $2,000 fine plus court costs at discretion of the court and have no contact with the victim in this case.
Is that what you agree to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, by entering this plea, you become a convicted felon. If you have any, just hold that there for a second. By entering this plea, you become a convicted felon. Any future felonies you have could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, are these enhanceable sexual offenses also, Mr. Stockton?
They'll be enhanceable only by the PFO statute, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we get on the record. Now, are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to have a pre-sentence investigation report done. You will come back here on August 19th for sentencing. And at that date, I'll determine whether I accept your plea agreement or not. Is that, bring the copy up there and hold it up to the where his signature is. Turn it back to his signature. Is that your signature on that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
I accept the plea subject to precinct's investigation report. You'll be back on the August 19th, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Go to the Allen County Jail next. I think we have one person there at Allen County Jail. And then we'll go to the Russell County Jail. Allen County Jail. I saw him on there a few minutes ago. I guess we lost him maybe. Russell County Jail. Russell County Detention Center. County Detention Center. Carrie Johnson, are you Carrie Johnson?
Yes, sir.
21 CR 0073. Now, if there's nobody else in the room there, well, you can lower your map so we can see your mask so we can see your face, okay? You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have an attorney?
No.
I'll appoint public advocacy. You incarcerated on some different charge?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Berry, Office of Public Advocacy. Ms. Johnson, born in 1979.
Yes.
Last four digits, Social Security number 6432.
Yes.
Grand jury is returning indictment charging you possession of controlled substance not in the original container and possession of controlled substance. First degree. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Ms. Johnson and receive the indictments, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
We do, Judge.
I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order, Ms. Johnson, and they're going to get you the information concerning your case. You'll next be in court here for negotiations. It won't be in court, but you'll be here in Monroe County or by Zoom on the 13th for negotiation, and then your next trial, your next court date is the 19th of August. Okay.
Okay.
And what's she in on pre-trial? Are y'all on there with us yet?
Yes, I'm here.
What's she on there? What's she in on? What's the story?
She is being held by Russell County. Give me 1 second. It will work here. There it goes. Russell County case 20 CR 104 10,000 cash. That is a bail jumping first degree and a PFO first degree. That's what's holding her in jail.
Okay, then we'll see on the dates previously indicated. Mr. Berry will be in contact with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Did we ever get Allen County back on? Okay, what about the forestry camp?
No, that's just a motion for forfeit. You know, if there's gonna be opposition, but I didn't contact.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and enter the order on Joshua Jones on forfeiture. That was just illegal products. Is that right, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, then we'll go back to the Barron County. Now that takes care of all the other jails, and we're going back to the Barron County Jail. Is that correct? Okay, Bradley Adams, Barron County Jail. Bradley Adams. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Bradley Adams, 20 CR 0070. Mr. Adams, were you born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last four digits of social security number 7015, is that correct?
7015.
7015, yes. You're here today for a pretrial conference represented by Office of Public Advocacy. Counselor, what do you have to say in this case?
Your Honor, my name is Candace Hill. I will be representing Mr. Adams. This is a case that I have taken over since Mr. Spears' departure from the department. I have not had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Stockton about this case, so I would ask if we could put these on the August 13th and August 19th days to give me the opportunity
Okay.
to do.
August 13th and 19th. Now, what's Mr. Adams' situation concerning his incarceration?
He failed
Judge.
to appear on June the 17th, and we had to put him in NCIC to get him picked up.
Yes, and he's sitting on a no bond.
Okay. So he'll be here on the 13th and the 19th. Okay. Thank you. Robert Adams. Robert Adams.
Judge, he wasn't on my list. I'll get him brought up immediately.
Okay, Robert Lee Adams. Yeah, okay. Is Stephen Bell there? Stephen Bell?
Yes, sir.
Need a copy of the signature. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Stephen Bell, 19 CR 00121. Are you Stephen Bell?
Yes, sir. Stefan.
Fine, excuse me. Last four digits, social security number 6539.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you seen the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
On a guilty plea, it was agreed that you shall have 3 years fine and cost, agrees to supervise probation for a period of 5 years, run consecutive with Monroe County Case 18 CR 00183 to dismiss 19 CR 00121 after the payment in full of $100 covered by, and you shall enter and complete the specialty court or drug court. What are court costs involved? DUI here? You know, you were informed on the DUI that when you pled guilty to the DUI that it was enhanceable. If you have another DUI, that it could be increased. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, $611. Now, when you enter into drug court, I would assume you're going to need some time to pay this. Is that correct? I want you to pay it at $60 a month, starting 30 days from today. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Out of here, bro.
We have Robert Adams back up now.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Robert Lee Adams, 21 CR 0057. Mr. Adams, you born in 1975.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 3267.
Yeah, 3267.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy here today for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, 2 counts, terroristic threatening in the 3rd degree, being a persistent felony offender, 2 counts, possession of firearms and possession of a gun. You understand those charges?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Adams, received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. I have a reciprocal discovery order that I will be signing here, Mr. Adams, and next being court here we'll be here for negotiations on the 13th and next in court on August the 19th. Okay, what's his bond situation?
His bond's currently set at 10,000 cash. He's a state inmate.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Jonathan Burge. Jonathan Burge. Well, versus Jonathan Burge. 15 CR 0005. Jonathan Wayne. Mr. Burge, you're today on a motion to revoke your pretrial diversion. What year were you born, Mr. Burge?
72.
Last four digits, social security number 2410.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth have?
Your Honor, this was on last month. It was a motion to revoke his pretrial diversion on flagrant non-support 5 years. He owed $11,534.39. His last payment was $100 on August 22nd of 2015. And we had to put him in NCIC for about 4 years before we could get him into custody. And you continued, I guess, to see if he had anybody that could pay on this. And if not, then I'm asking that the diversion be revoked.
So he was asking for the reversion to be revoked if he hadn't made any significant payments since the last time we were here. Well, sometimes people come up and pay money for them. Has there been any money paid on your account, Mr. Burge?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I will revoke his pretrial diversion, set a pre-sentence investigation report, and he can return back here for sentencing on August 19th. Nicholas Burge. Nicholas Burge.
Nicholas Burge. I didn't write anything down for some reason.
Yes, thank you. You need to get over here where they can see you. Probably a little bit better. Commonwealth versus Nicholas Burge, 14 CR 0079. Are you Nicholas Burge?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, Mr. Burge?
95.
And what are the last four digits of your social security number?
3658.
You're here today on a some sort of motion. Mr. Stockton?
It's Mr. Bell's motion, Your Honor. Mr. Burge had communicated with me by letter on multiple occasions, and I think there was a miscommunication. He has two cases, a 14 case and a 15 case. that I was silent on about whether they should be run concurrent or consecutively. However, he also had an 18 case that I was adamant that would be consecutive. And so I went back and looked at it. I have no objection if the court wants to run those two cases concurrently. I think my offer was silent. I don't know if there was any, if you addressed it in your judgment or not.
What's in the judgment? What Mr. Stockton's talking about, silent on the 14 case, and you're willing to let the 14 case go concurrent, Mr. Stockton?
With the 15 case, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, tender us an order. Okay.
I'll let Mr. Bale enter that order, Your Honor.
Yeah, he'll tender it, pass it by you, okay?
Yeah.
David Bridges. David Bridges. Commonwealth versus David Bridges, 21 CR 0036. Are you David Bridges?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1970?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6243.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to view this pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes, sir, I have.
Substantially correct?
No,
Okay, what's wrong with it?
don't have my jail credit on there.
Doesn't have what?
Doesn't have any jail credit on it. None. Zero.
We'll take a look at that right now, okay?
Okay.
Probation and parole officers here that acknowledge that. How much jail credit do you think you're entitled to?
I was arrested January and I was in here for 30 days and that should be 30 days. And then February 23rd, I got kicked out of the program of rehab and that revoked my bond because my bond said must.
Okay, how many days did you get then?
It should be 180 days today.
Okay. Well, I'll have them look at that right now, okay? Now, I'm gonna go ahead and do the Senate subject on the record here. I'm saying that we'll take a look at that jail credit situation. And if you don't agree with what I do, then Department of Corrections, you still have an appeal there, okay? So they've acknowledged that they don't have it on here and that you're entitled to some jail credit. I have no reason to doubt what you're saying, but we'll be in contact with your lawyer concerned. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, okay? Okay, upon plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, you receive a sentence of 1 year operating motor vehicle, 60 days fine and court cost. The 1 year sentence and the 60 days shall run concurrently for a total of 1 year to serve and run consecutively to indictment number 18 CR 00120. And what was the fine and court cost on this?
$500.
Wait just a second, I'll get it to you. $645.50, and I'll give you some time to pay that. When you get out, you can start paying it $60 a month, okay?
Okay.
30 days after you get out. You can always prepay it if you want to. But they'll be in contact with you about this jail credit, okay?
Who will be in contact with me? Do you know?
probation and parole will be there. They just left to start looking it up now, and your attorney, Mr. Berry, will be provided that. If you haven't heard from anybody in, in the next couple, maybe 4 or 5 days, you can call Mr. Berry. Is that right, Mr. Berry? So, we're on top of it, and it's on the record. What we're saying here is being recorded. So
Okay.
don't worry about anybody forgetting it, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
But bring that gentleman back up.
Yes, sir.
They use that time on the revocation of your previous charge is what they're saying. So that's the reason that you can't, it doesn't count on 2 different charges. So when you revoked on that other charge.
Yeah, I was revoked.
Well, that's what they're saying. You can talk to your attorney about it. If you don't agree with that, there's an appeal process, okay?
Well, see what it is I'm still in here and I'm under a bond. If I haven't made bond, in 2016, they passed a bill that's saying if you do time on the charge, you get credit for it.
Well, you need to talk.
Time on the credit.
You need to talk to your attorney about that. I'm telling you what probation and parole says, okay?
Well, I understand that, but
I have no other control over it.
It was in the plea that I get this jail credit. If that's not in the plea, I need to pull my plea. Because it was told to me, I get my jail credit, and if I don't get it, I'm gonna pull my plea.
Hold on just a second. Thought that the jail credit was going to get applied to another charge.
Well, I do.
Wait a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What, Mr. Stockton, are you involved in this conversation?
No, Your Honor, because corrections doesn't recognize what I say about jail credit. I can cite you a Cumberland County case, but I give people jail credit whether they're entitled to 0 or 7 months. So I don't have a dog in this fight. Whatever it is whatever it is.
Well, here's what he's saying. He's saying that he wouldn't have entered a plea if he didn't know he was going to get the jail. I don't have I have the agreement here because this is at the Senate.
But I agree with Mr. Collins.
Wait a sec. Go ahead, Mr. Stockton. Go ahead, Mr. Stockton.
He shouldn't get jail credit on 2 cases. I mean, the jail credit applies on 1 case or the other. So,
okay.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll do a review of it and I'll enter an order one way or the other. Okay. And if you don't agree with the order, sir, you can appeal it. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm doing the order on whether or not I can consider it or not. I'll do some. Yeah, he's sentenced. Okay. Now, what case are we on now? David Byrd.
Thank you, Ms. Gray, for holding.
Commonwealth versus David Byrd. 19 CR 0008. It's a revocation.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth motion. Oh, I didn't know if he was ready or not. I'm sorry.
Are you David Byrd?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1975.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number is 7883.
Yes.
We're here today on a motion to revoke, and you're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. Mr. Stockton, will you proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Byrd has a 3-year sentence on possession of a controlled substance 1st degree. He's been supervised with Miss Selena Gray, and I think she started supervision around January of 2020, and he did really well until March of this year, and he just quit reporting. And she listed him to absconder, and we got the motion to revoke. And that's where we are on this. My understanding is from Ms. Gray, he has a job if he's released. I don't know if you want to sanction him and let him go to work, or if he needs to be revoked, because I don't know if he wants to comply with his supervision or not.
Okay, Mr. Gray, what do you have to say about this? I'm not going to swear you now, but I might as well. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Inquire of her.
Ms. Gray, have you been supervising Mr. Bird?
Yes, I have.
Now, when did that supervision begin?
January 30th of 2020.
Okay. And did he have any violations through 2020?
He had no violations under my supervision until the absconding.
Okay. And when did you consider that he absconded from your supervision?
In March of 2021.
Okay. Now, were you able, because of COVID, were you able to drug test him any at all during this time?
We were not able to, no, sir.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Bird have employment while he was on supervision?
He did. He was self-employed up until, I'm trying to think here. On March 11th, he reported he was going to work for Jimmy Borders, and that employer actually contacted me the day after Mr. Bird was arrested. And to me, he conveyed that Mr. Bird had been employed by him and would continue to be employed by him upon his release.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Berry, you want to inquire? Okay, Mr. Bird, you want to raise your right hand? Swear the testimony I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, David?
No.
I'll have to turn this off and you turn that one on.
You know how to do it. I think they just did it.
They did.
Okay. You hear me now, David?
Yes, I can hear you.
That's going. How long have you been in? How long have you been in jail?
Wait just a second. Mute it down here and mute it up there. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. How long have you been in jail?
Because it's plugged into the machine.
30
This is
days.
plugged into the machine, so I can't mute this.
Okay, okay.
You don't have to mute this.
Mute that one. Just speak up loud. How long have you been in jail, sir?
30 days.
Okay. And who is it you're working for?
Jimmy Borders.
How long have you worked for Mr. Borders?
3 months.
3 months.
Okay. Would you still have that job if you get out?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you need to be back in the room where the computer is what the problem is. Well, when you got somebody here, you need to go, once you go back there in the room where the computer is, it'll work better. Okay. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Mr. Bird, what type of work do you do for Mr. Borders?
Construction, running backhoe, track hoe, dozers, dump trucks.
Yeah, why did you quit reporting to Ms. Gray?
I got to working. I got messed up. I was calling in. I couldn't get hold of nobody. I called
Okay, Now, you've not been drug tested during this time. I'm asking you this to help you. I'm not asking you this to hurt you. Have you been using any kind of substances that would have caused you not to report?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay, what does the Commonwealth recommend in this case?
I'd recommend that he be released from the sanction, be required to work and report to Miss Gray. And if he doesn't report in the future, I'll be back and asking the court to send him to prison.
How many days has he been in?
30 is what he said.
Mr. Byrd?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Byrd, I'm going to sanction you with these 30 days, and I'm going to tell you a word. You know, they used to say a word to the wise is sufficient. You
Yes,
understand what I'm saying?
yes, sir.
You show some respect to this officer. Don't give her any problems. You call in because it appears that you're working. I'm going to give you a break because a lot of people aren't working. You go
Okay.
back and do your job and report and do what she says to do, and you'll be all right. If you don't, you can just sit out the rest of your time when you come back next time. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Adams Cisneros. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Adams Cisneros, 21 CR 0063, 21 CR 0001. We're here today for a pre-trial conference. Mr. Poindexter is here in the courtroom and represents you. What are you going to do in this case? Who represents him? Is there some rule about whether someone can have private counsel in one case and DPA in another? I thought there was. Mr. Stockton, which one of these cases you want to go with first?
21 CR 63.
When you represent me?
The attempted murder assault third case. And Your Honor, if you set a trial date, I'll be filing a 404B on this case because he has two fleeing and evading cases, and I think they fit the same modus operandi. And I'm going to file a 404B notice to use the other fact scenario in the attempted murder case or attempt to.
What about September 1st and 2nd?
That's when I'm not going to be around, Your Honor. I won't be available.
Okay.
I'd ask that we at least go to October in this case.
Okay. (26th and 27th of October.
Yeah. That'd be fine, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll have a pretrial in September 16th. On the other case, his other case will be continued until the resolution of this case. Absolutely. Jared Ford. Jared Ford.
Your Honor, this case, if I may, I don't know if he has a lawyer yet or attorney. He keeps getting put off because he says he's going to hire counsel.
No.
Commonwealth versus Jared Ford, 21 CR 0016. Are you Jared Ford?
Yes.
You have an attorney?
No.
Why not?
Because I've been going through a divorce and I've got to get my divorce final before I can pay for it. So I just need a corner point on me.
I'll appoint the Office of Public Advocacy, enter an order with a $500 payment to be delayed. Are you aware of this case? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Stockton, tell us about this case.
It's an assault case, Your Honor, where he allegedly hit another person during a domestic that wasn't his wife, and he was severely injured. Hit him with a pipe or a bat or something's allegations. And so I would suggest having a pretrial conference if Mr. Alston's not familiar with this case. They're going to have to get quite a bit of discovery.
Hey, you want him to come in on the 13th for negotiation, or do you want to set it out till September 16th?
How much discovery is probably set it in September, Your Honor.
September the 16th. Derek Graves.
Stop what you're doing. Graves.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Derek Graves, 18 CR 00176. Are you Derek Graves?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here today on a review.
Your Honor, this was initially set for a motion to revoke, review today. However, since that time, Mr. Graves has used methamphetamine. He had an overdose, and I'm moving to revoke him. I don't know if you want to hear it today or give him additional time to get ready, but I'm going to ask that his 5-year sentence on trafficking and controlled substance first degree be revoked.
Have you talked to your client about this, Mr. Berry? Okay, we can file a motion and bring it back on the 16th. You can put a number on him if you can. Does he qualify for a PIN number, doesn't he? Okay. The motion will be back here on September 16th. Jesse Hedrick. Jesse Hedrick. Are you Jesse Hedrick?
Sir.
20 CR 0032. We're here for a pretrial.
Your Honor, we had an agreement in this case for him to enter a plea on both his cases to resolve them. Then over the weekend or just over the weekend, he got new felony charges on receiving stolen property before we could get the plea entered. If he wants to still enter the plea with the additional condition of going into drug court, I will do that. Otherwise, I'm going to move to withdraw the plea based on this new felony case.
Well, he's got 3 cases.
Yes.
18 CR 00162, 20 CR 0049, and 20 CR 0032.
That's correct. He was entered a plea on 20 CR 32 and 20 CR 49, and I was going to do an order in lieu of revocation on 18 CR 162. But he just got a new felony on receiving stolen property on a generator that he took to a pawn shop, either the end of last week or the first of this week. Mr. Collins informed me. So if he wants to do a plea with drug court additionally, I'll do it. If not, maybe we just need to start over and have another pretrial on this and let Mr. Hendricks stay in jail.
I'm going to set a pretrial for August the 19th.
Yeah.
On this and get them all together. Now, he hadn't been arraigned on the new charge. The new charge is still in district court.
Yes.
Will the grand jury be addressing that today, you think?
No, but if we work out a plea, we can do an information indictment if we need.
Okay. Well, it sounds like he might have a drug problem, but there might be a theft problem too here. That
I agree.
You got somebody. Theft is a terrible problem, and you got all these things going on. So I don't know about.
I will do drug.
If he's still bringing stuff in and everything. So.
Well, I need to talk to the officer about the new case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be here on August the 19th. Terry Jackson. Commonwealth versus Terry Jackson. Are you Terry Jackson?
Yes, sir.
21 CR 0065. Mr. Jackson, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. What's your year of birth?
1983, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number.
8499.
You have 18 CR 00158, a motion to revoke, and then you're to be arraigned on these new charges. Are you represented by the Office of Public Advocacy?
Yeah, I got Greg Berry. He come and seen me here at the jail, sir.
Okay, Mr. Berry, you want to come around? The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging Mr. Jackson with motor vehicle insurance violation, expired license, failure to use a seatbelt, no registration, possession of controlled substance, first degree Class D felony, failure to maintain insurance, possession of drug paraphernalia.
Sir, I got insurance on the
And
car.
disregarding, you may remain silent. I suggest you do that.
I'm sorry.
Disregarding a stop sign. Okay, Mr. Berry, do you acknowledge the receipt of the indictments, the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, sir, to make sure the Commonwealth has just handed your attorney some evidence. He'll be here. You'll be here on the 13th for negotiations and on the 19th for pretrial. Okay. What do you have to say about bond, Mr. Stockton?
I just asked that he's got a case. I've not filed a motion to revoke yet, an 18 case, but he just be held to at least have one conference since he's on probation when he got this new felony.
The revocation is.
If I may, the bond on the new case is actually administrative release, ROR, and then he was picked up for a probation hold for the 18 CR 158. So the only thing holding him is the 18 CR 158.
We meet our old friend, the administrative release again. Yeah, I'm going to change the terms of his bond to curfew, but the same terms that I normally put on bonds.
You're still leaving it as the ROR, just adding conditions.
I don't care if it's ROR as long as conditions are on there.
Okay.
Mr. Stockton, what you're saying is you want a bond reduction hearing before.
That's correct. I'd like to maintain the probation hold on him, at least we can meet till next month.
August the 13th for meeting and August the 19th for next court appearance. Jeremy Jones. Commonwealth versus Jeremy Jones, 20 CR 0072. Are you Jeremy Jones?
Yes, sir.
You're here today on a pretrial conference on an arraignment. The arraignment is 21 CR 0076. You born in 1979?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 5671.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with tampering with a prisoner's monitoring device. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge Mr. Jones' identity, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? He also has a pretrial conference on this other charge. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor. So I would suggest putting both cases on for the 19th and having a pretrial meeting on the 13th.
13th, you will meet for discussions for settlement. The 19th, your next court appearance. I'm signing a reciprocal order, Mr. Jones, about the device charge so that they'll share all the information they have about that so you can prepare your defense. Robert Jones. Commonwealth versus Robert Jones, 21 CR 0014. Are you Robert Jones?
Yes, sir.
You were born 1996.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1377.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Substantially correct.
Yes, sir.
On a plea of guilty to second degree robbery and persistent felony offender, you shall receive a sentence of 12 and a half years, serve 9 months in jail with a balance probated for 5 years. You shall have a mental health assessment following all the recommendations. This assessment shall be scheduled through probation and parole with a copy of the report given the Commonwealth Attorney. Refer to social services and follow their recommendations. You shall receive credit for time served. And if you're entitled to release, it can happen. Where is he as far as time served and release? So that doesn't get near the 9 months, does it? Okay, what are the fine and court costs in this case? $15, and I'll give you, start paying that at $30 a month, 30 days after you get released, okay?
How much was it?
$215. You can pay it all at once if you want to when you get out, or I'll give you, you can pay it $30 a month till you get on your feet, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Jared Lawson next. Jared Lawson. Commonwealth versus Jared Lawson, 21 CR 0011. Are you Jared Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1976.
Yep.
Last four digits of your social security number 2528.
Yep.
Here today on a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
I made an offer to Mr. Berry, the last offer I was gonna make. I didn't know if it's gonna be accepted, if we need a trial.
Said he made the last offer he's gonna make to you.
The 7.5 years additional.
You want a trial date?
I've done talked to Mr. Barry yesterday.
Hey, wait a second. You need to go back in the room where the computer is. Well, I got plenty of time. All I got left is time. Yeah, there's Zoom on all these right now. So you can take your files and go back there if you want to. There is a trial scheduled in this case, Mr. Stockton.
That's correct. I lost track of things. I think it's August, middle of August sometime.
Hey, do you want
And if he doesn't want to take the last offer, we'll just keep it on for the trial docket.
okay, we're on the trial docket. Okay.
Yeah.
John Lemaster. Wait a minute. Are you here, John Lemaster?
Yeah.
Who is that? Okay.
I represent John Lemaster.
Okay. Commonwealth versus John Lemaster. 21 CR 0012. Here for a pretrial conference on Mr. Lemaster.
Your Honor, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Born in 2000, Mr. Lemaster.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 4311.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, we met on this case on our last pretrial negotiation meeting, and Mr. Austin gave me a counteroffer yesterday at about 4 o'clock. And based on his counteroffer, I need to talk to the victims in this case. And I also need to know what his payment arrangements would be as far as a monthly payment, so I can notify the victims. So I would suggest that be on August 13th and 19th. And Mr. Austin tell me what he could pay.
Okay.
He has a job lined up through his father.
I just need to know the amount. He can pay a month or a week. So you can get that to me today sometime.
All right.
We can just have the pretrial in August, and we'll either get it resolved or set a trial date.
All right.
Okay, do you want him there on the 13th or just on the 19th?
The 19th will be fine because Mr. Austin didn't tell me.
Okay, on the 19th, be back here for entry of a plea or setting a trial date. Okay.
Can we address bond in his case?
File a motion.
All right.
Okay, what's the pretrial have to say about it?
Oh, bond's currently set at 25,000. Clerk approved surety, ankle monitor to be in place before release. No use or possession of illegal drugs or alcohol. No contact with alleged victim, complaining witness. No contact with the location. Make all scheduled court appearances.
Well, if his father is able to, is this guy that's working with his father?
I'm not sure if his father works there or if it's a friend of his father. His father tells me his father has a job lined up for him when he gets out. And so I don't suppose he's actually.
$25,000 surety, $25,000 surety shouldn't be that difficult to make. All they gotta do is come in and sign affidavits to having that much net worth. They can sign a bond, ankle bracelet, okay? See you the 19th. Brian McHugh. Commonwealth versus Brian McHugh. 21 CR 0064. Are you Brian McHugh?
Yes, sir.
Here today for arraignment, represented by attorney?
No.
Did you go through district court? Did public advocacy represent you there? You want to hire your own attorney?
I never went through district court.
Okay, do you want to hire your own attorney?
No, sir.
Okay. But you'll fill out affidavit. I'll review it and reserve whether it be charged anything about public advocacy or not. Who's going to stand in? Mr. Austin, will you stand in back there?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
The grand jury of Monroe County's returned an indictment against you, Mr. Brian Neal McHugh, charging you with no rearview mirror possession of marijuana, possession of controlled substance, failure to maintain required insurance, trafficking in controlled substance, being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
If we have somebody deliver these back to Mr. Austin, here's the indictment. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Scheduled for the 13th.
What about
19th.
fund reduction or whatever, because I was currently out on probation with Chase Collins, and I got accepted for outpatient, 6-month outpatient through Chelsea Welch. I was wondering if I get out on ankle monitor or something like that where I could get my, and Judge Alexander over here reinstated my probation due on these charges here due to going to.
Well, what you're going to do is I'm going to have to give an opportunity for your attorney to talk to you and get informed about the case. Then they can contact the Commonwealth and they can reach an agreement, and I'll sign an order if they can reach an agreement. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If they can't reach an agreement, we'll give you a reduction here on the 19th if your attorney serves a motion. I signed a reciprocal discovery order, sir, that gives your attorney all the information that they have about this new case. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'll come back when the 19th.
The 13th, and then that 13th for negotiation.
Okay.
And the 19th for your next court date.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Okay, yeah. Commonwealth versus James Mercer.
Because he hired.
James Mercer, Commonwealth versus James Mercer. Are you James Mercer? Are you James Mercer?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's 18 CR 0021. You born in 2000?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last 4 digits, social security number 0177.
Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
You're on a motion to revoke probation. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Mercer has a 5-year sentence for fleeing and evading on foot and in a car. He was on probation. He went to rehab. He ended up leaving rehab because he couldn't get along with his peers, I think, best I can tell. In lieu of revocation, he was placed in drug court. Because he lived in Barron County, he was placed in the Barron County Drug Court. And I have Miss Browning here to testify. I want to thank her for waiting. And because last time we were in court, he wouldn't stipulate. So I've got Miss Browning here to testify. I can't hear Mr. Bell, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I don't know what
You're going to have to get back in the room back there where they are with the computer. Okay. He's headed back to the computer room.
Okay.
I don't know who he's talking to, the dead computer, or whether he knows Mr. Off. There you go. There you go, Mr. Bell. Okay, what were you saying? Go ahead.
It would be my advice to Mr. Mercer, after speaking with Mr. Stockton about this case, for future motions, and for, I believe, the possibility to quicker release to stipulate these charges today and allow us to move forward at a later time. That would be my advice to you, James, if you want to take it, but that's up to you.
Well, is there any way we can speak? I've tried contacting you yesterday, Mr. Bailey.
Okay, well, obviously he wants, wait. Obviously he wants to talk to you. So we can do a breakout room. He doesn't have a computer. You have a computer with you, Mr. Bell?
I'm on, DPA's carrying me. Your
I know,
Honor.
but do you have an iPhone or anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you break it out on his iPhone?
Oh, sorry, can't do it.
What?
You
You know
want me
how
to
to
go
log
sign
on?
on?
Yeah.
I can
You
go
know how to
sign
log
on.
on your iPhone?
I do if I've got the link, Judge. If they email that to me, I can log on.
Sent it to you this morning. Why don't you check and see if you got it?
Yes, sir.
You
Thank you, Judge.
log on. At Barron County Jail, do you have a place you can go for a breakout room?
Yes, Judge, we'll get him moved over.
Okay, take him for a breakout room. Okay, let's go to Gary Miller. Gary Miller.
I don't see Gary Miller. Okay.
Gary Miller.
Yes.
Are you Gary Miller?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 007. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Mr. Austin, you represent him?
Once you appoint me.
You're appointed. Congratulations. You have a right to remain silent, Mr. Miller. You were born in 1974.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 9580.
Yes.
Grand jury, Monroe County's returned an indictment charging you with failure to use the proper signal, operating under the influence, failure to maintain insurance, repossession of controlled substance, unspecified controlled substance not in the original container, possession of marijuana and drug paraphernalia. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to copies of the indictment to Mr. Austin. You take him back there to him. Mr. Austin, you acknowledge the indictments, identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Miller will be back here on the 13th for negotiation, and on the 19th, his next court date. Both of them are conditions of the bond. What is his bond here?
Bond on this case is currently set at 15,000 cash. With ankle monitor to be in place before released, no driving, no use or possession of illegal drugs or alcohol, no further violations of the law, make all scheduled court appearances. He has a Barron Circuit hold right now of 1,005, but he'll go before Judge Pendleton this afternoon for that. He is a high 7 for failure to appear, moderate 8 for probability to reoffend.
Okay, well, we'll have to have a bond hearing then if there's any reduction. Next case, Commonwealth versus Terry Muse.
Your Honor, can we go back to Mr. Mercer so Miss Browning can be excused?
Sure.
Mr. Bell's on now.
Mr. Bell?
I'm still waiting to be put in the breakout room with Mr.
Oh, okay. I thought he was ready.
I've not, it hasn't come up yet.
Okay, I'll see. Just put a PIN number in. We'll have his case on August 19th. As far as Mr. Mercer's concerned.
That's fine.
And I'd asked if Mr. Bell would tell me before that time whether he would stipulate, so I'll know whether I have to get Miss Browning back on here again or not.
That's understandable.
Okay, thank you. Miss Browning can be excused.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure. No. Commonwealth versus Terry Muse. Commonwealth versus Terry Muse, 21 CR 0015. Are you Terry Muse?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1985. Born in 1985.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2055.
Yes,
You're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
It's set for trial, I believe, August the 4th or 5th.
Okay.
I think it's maybe the 1st and 2nd or somewhere.
May
close
have
to
a
that.
date wrong.
And Judge, we had previously discussed the possibility of me getting out of this case. I would ask the court to permit me to withdraw. There's been some adverse situation between me and Mr. Muse. I don't know if he still wants me to represent him or not, but I'll do whatever the court says. Mr. Muse?
yes, sir. Yes, I would.
He had expressed an interest in hiring new counsel, so Judge, I'm okay with that.
Yes, sir. I would like to hire a new lawyer. If that's okay with you, Judge.
Your Honor, if Mr. Garrett's permitted to withdraw and Mr. Muse gets a new lawyer, I'm not going to be in a hurry to try this case because he's had a case set for trial now for several months. And it's coming up within 2 weeks. And you know our trial schedule as well as I do. It may be December before we can get there.
You understand that, Mr. Muse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll continue the case.
And Judge, can I tender an order?
And tender an order, you're relieved, and we'll continue the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How long does he have for somebody to enter an appearance? Doesn't matter, does it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you get an attorney, have him contact Mr. Stockton. Jesus Padilla.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Jesus Padilla, 21 CR 0068 and 21 CR 0069. Office of Public Advocacy is involved in this case. Is that right, Mr. Austin?
I'm not positive on that, but I'm guessing we will be now.
Yeah. You're appointed. Mr. Padilla, you have a right to remain silent. The Office of Public Advocacy, Mr. Austin, wave at him there, Mr. Austin. Represent you. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with fleeing or evading police first degree on foot, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, harboring a vicious animal, and in 0069, fleeing or evading on foot, fleeing or evading first degree in a motor vehicle, assault fourth degree, expired license, failure on to maintain insurance. Also, you understand those charges?
Yeah, I understand, but yeah.
Okay, well, don't say anything else. You have a right to remain silent. Mr. Austin will send the indictments back. You heard Mr. Padilla acknowledge his identity. You waive for reading of the indictments and formal arraignment or plead not guilty on his behalf, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to meet with Mr. Padilla and be here on the 13th to negotiate, and on the 19th for any plea or setting a trial. And Mr. Padilla, I'm assigning 2 orders here that requires the Commonwealth to present you with all the evidence they have against you here so that you can meet with your attorney and prepare for your case, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eddie Ryherd.
Judge, I'm grabbing him now.
Eddie Ryder.
I represent Mr. Ryard, Your Honor.
We got 2 Barron County Jail things going on here. And we don't need the breakout room any longer. We just schedule this case, his case for August the 19th, okay?
Okay, thank you, Judge.
His attorney will be over to see him. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Eddie Ryherd. Are you Eddie Ryherd?
Yes, sir.
You're here on 20 CR 00066. Were you born in 1995?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number 7614.
Yes.
You're represented by Mr. Austin. You're on a pretrial. Y'all have any agreement in this case?
Your Honor, I don't believe we were able to discuss this case at the last pretrial because he didn't show up in court the month before. So
He
at a time to discuss it that I recall.
got
Okay.
arrested during court last month.
Okay. Okay, y'all meet together to discuss the case on the 13th, and we'll have the next pretrial on the 19th, okay?
Can I address his bond, Your Honor?
You may.
I'd like to see if I could get him out on any conditions that the court would find reasonable. He says if he is released, he'd be living with his father or his uncle.
Actually, Judge, he was arrested on July 8th. He received a new charge in Barron County, which he has pled guilty to. The bond on this case is set at 25,000 surety. I'm also showing him with a probation hold out of, I believe, your court
I
for
was
case
unaware.
20 CR 572.
Okay, see you the 13th and the 19th. Brendan Scott.
I need the plea papers on him.
Commonwealth versus Brendan Scott, 18 CR 0077. It's a motion to revoke and a pretrial conference on 18 CR 00132. 18 CR 00157. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor. That's to enter a plea. Your Honor.
It is, Judge.
Be a felony.
A motion has been filed, Mr. Scott, that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct? Mr. Scott, is that correct? You wish to enter a plea?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Plea freely and voluntarily given.
Yeah.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? I believe you're fully informed about your case.
Yeah.
You need to speak up a little bit, Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You understand you have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that? By entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that may apply any range of sentences allowed by law. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will order the pre-sentence investigation. Is this a felony plea, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, in the event that I do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your penalty. Do you understand all of that? Mr. Scott, do you understand what I just said to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now go over the offer, Mr. Stockton. Mr. Scott lists this very carefully.
Your Honor, in 18 CR 157, Mr. Scott will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree. He'll have a 3-year sentence, probated for 5 years. Then in 18 CR 132, that case will be dismissed once he pays $100 restitution to the Monroe Circuit Clerk. The defendant shall receive credit time served. He will maintain gainful employment, pay court costs at discretion of the court. Also, in case number 18 CR 77, his probation shall be extended for a period of 5 years in lieu of revocation. Just for a little background, Your Honor, Mr. Scott completed drug court, and I agreed to dismiss a case, and then he got a DUI immediately after he got out of drug court. So that's the reason for the pleas and the extension of the revocation. Extension of the probation.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
You are pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have his plea agreement back there. You hold it up to the camera there. Things where you can see your signature. That's your signature, sir? Mr. Scott, is that your signature?
You know what?
Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole and have you back here on the 19th. You realize that by entering a plea here, that this plea could be used to enhance any further convictions you might have a felony under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you on the 19th.
Am I gonna, y'all gonna let me out or?
We'll address that on the 19th. Thank you. Jeremy Scott. Commonwealth versus Jeremy Scott. Are you Jeremy Scott?
Yes, sir.
This is 18 CR 00188, Commonwealth versus Jeremy Scott. Mr. Scott, were you born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number is 2380.
Yes, sir.
Here today on a motion to revoke. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Berry, is this your client?
It is.
Stockton, you want to proceed? Your microphone's off, Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, Mr. Scott has 2 10-year sentences, a trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, possession of a handgun by a felon. He was on shock probation. He was go to the Mark Center on December the 18th, 2019, and he was discharged. After that, his whereabouts have been unknown until he was recently picked up. So we're asking the shock probation be revoked, and I'll have Mr. Collins testify if necessary.
Mr. Berry?
Yeah, we'd like a hearing on it, Your Honor.
Okay.
How do you want to do this with Mr. Collins, Your Honor?
Mr. Collins can go back there in the room and sit next to you.
Okay, thank you.
You want to raise your right hand, officer? Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
State your full name.
Ryan Chase Collins. I'm employed with Department of Corrections, Probation and Parole.
Okay.
Collins, did you supervise Mr. Jeremy Scott?
Yes, supervision began on 11/22 of 2019.
I take it Mr. Scott had some type of substance abuse problem because he was referred to the Mark Center. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he fail some drug tests or had some admissions or what happened?
I can't recall offhand exactly why we sent him to the MARC program, but he had to have a drug problem to go there.
Okay. And did he go to that hospital?
He did. He was on 11/22/19 granted shock and he was released to actually go to the MARC Center. And on 12/18, Mr. Scott left the Men's Addiction Recovery Center to go to the hospital. The facility stated that Mr. Scott never returned. He was actually discharged on 12/18/2019. We couldn't find him.
Okay. Did you make efforts to try to locate him?
We do. We call the local jails and hospitals and we try to reach them when they do abscond.
Did Mr. Scott ever report back to probation parole?
I have not spoke with him since then.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Barry, would you like to inquire?
I don't have any questions for the officer, Judge. I'd like to call my client.
Okay, officer's released. Mr. Scott, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may inquire.
Jeremy, can you explain, how did you leave the Mark Center?
I left the MARC Center when I found out my dad had cancer, and I just kind of lost it, and that's why I left. You know, I found out we didn't know if he was going to make it or not. He had stage 4 lung cancer.
Where'd you go to?
I went to the hospital, Bowling Green.
Okay, well, where were you staying during this time you were not reporting?
After I left the MARC Center, where was I staying? I was staying in Tompkinsville, Kentucky.
Okay. Have you been employed during this time?
Yes. Yes.
Where?
With Johnny Travis.
Okay. Do you think he would give you a job back if you were able to return?
I've got a guaranteed job when I get out. Yes.
Have you had any new charges or anything since you've been on probation?
No.
Would you like to go back to a long-term treatment now?
Yes. If there's any way possible, I would like to go back. Yes.
To the MARC Center or
the MARC Center or the Healing Center or anywhere. Yeah. I mean, I would go back to the MARC Center. Yes. When I found out my dad had cancer, he's 67-year-old, and they told me he had stage 4 lung cancer, and I just kind of had a mental breakdown.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Stockton.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, how is your father now? Did he survive the cancer?
He's getting over it. Yes. He's still doing treatments and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Scott, you knew you were on probation, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, sir.
And you knew you were supposed to report to Mr. Collins, didn't you?
No, actually, when I was at the MARC Center, I had a different probation and parole officer that contacted me. I never talked to Chase Collins when I was at the MARC Center.
You knew you were supposed to report to that officer when you got out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've went now almost 2 years without reporting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
That's all I would have, Judge.
Would you like to be heard?
Yes, Judge, I'd ask the court to sanction Mr. Scott, a 60-day or 90-day sanction, and allow him to go back to long-term treatment that RASW could arrange to have him get into long-term residential treatment if the court is so inclined.
Doctor.
Your Honor, I can't see any legitimate excuse that Mr. Scott has for not reporting to his probation officer. If he had done so, he would probably got by a lot easier. I just don't see how we can let people self-probate for 2 years and not revoke them. So I would ask that his shock probation be revoked this time.
No, this probation Our parole is not a joke. You cannot come and go. I'm glad your father's doing well. I'm going to revoke and you can serve your time. Thank you very much. German Serrano. German Serrano. Are you German Costello Serrano?
Yes, sir.
Here for a pretrial conference. Mr. Barry, is this your client or Mr. Austin?
Mr. Brown, Bruce Brown.
Where is Bruce Brown? Mr. Brown, it looks like you're on an iPhone. Will you turn your camera on? Bruce's iPhone, it shows up. We'll pass over this case so we can find Mr. Brown. Tanisha Shirley.
Tanisha Shirley's mine, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Tanisha Shirley. 21 CR 0032. Are you Tanisha Shirley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
4 digits, social security number 0775.
Yes, sir.
You're today on a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Austin?
We have agreed to the Commonwealth's offer on a plea of guilty.
Motion has been made, Ms. Shirley, that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Plea freely and voluntarily given.
Yes, sir.
Same person named in indictment number 21 CR 000 and identified as Tanisha L. Shirley.
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Do you feel like you're fully advised?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights that I need to know you understand before I can accept a guilty plea. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you so. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter. Higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir.
By entering a guilty plea today, give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation. Is it a felony plea or pretrial delivery?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Before accepting the felony plea, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I decide to impose a harsher sentence on you, I will allow you to withdraw your plea trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Listen very carefully, and the Commonwealth Attorney will go over the recommendation. Mr. Commonwealth Attorney.
Your Honor, Ms. Shirley will plead to possession of controlled substance first degree. She'll receive a sentence of 1 year to the Commonwealth opposes probation. She'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Anyone, including your attorney, threatened or coerced or offered you anything else?
No, sir.
I'll accept the plea and order a pre-sentence investigation report to see if it's completely accepted. You understand by entering a guilty plea on this felony that any future convictions you might have on felonies could be enhanced as far as a range of penalties.
Yes, sir.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Austin, could you hold up her signature page there to the camera and let her look at that? That's your signature, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you come back here on the 19th and we'll do the sentencing, okay?
Okay,
Thank you very much. Jackie Short.
Yeah. I'm gonna charge you rent.
Commonwealth versus Jackie D. Short.
Your Honor, I'm on back here, Your Honor.
21 CR 008, Commonwealth versus Jackie D. Short. We're here today for a pretrial conference.
We've got a plea worked out, Your Honor. We've got the
Okay.
paperwork.
Been signed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Motion, Mr. Short, has been filed that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Plea freely and voluntarily given.
Yes.
You need to state, are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 008?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully informed?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require a Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want you to listen carefully to the Commonwealth's recommendation. Now, I don't have to accept this recommendation. If I decide to give you a harsher sentence, you can always withdraw. But I want you to listen to this first and see if this is what you agree to. Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, Mr. Short will plead guilty to receiving stolen property under $1,000. He'll receive a sentence of 2 years to serve. The 2-year sentence shall run consecutively with Monroe indictment number 18 CR 87, which is a 5-year sentence. He's currently a state inmate. The Commonwealth opposes probation on this case. He'll receive credit for time served if there is any, and he'll pay costs at the discretion of the court.
Is that what you agree to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is he a state prisoner presently?
He is, Your Honor.
Well, I can waive. You understand that a guilty plea to this could be enhanced future conviction. That under persistent felony offender law.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Your Honor.
I said under the persistent felony offender law, you understand by entering a plea to this felony, it can be used against you in the future if you have another felony to enhance your sentence.
Yes, sir.
Well, I will accept this. I don't see reason. Does probation and parole have any objection to waiving pre-sentence investigation report imposing the sentence? I'll do that, okay? And what were the court costs in the case? $165.50 court costs. You can pay that $30 a month starting 30 days after you get released, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Kayla Spivey. Kayla Spivey. Commonwealth versus Kayla Spivey, 20 CR 0084. Are you Kayla Spivey? Are you Kayla Spivey?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Spivey, were you born in 1992?
Yes.
Last 4 digits of social security number 9656.
Yes.
Here today on a pretrial conference. Scared you'll have to go back and get in the room back there. turn the microphone on now. Okay. So your attorney back there, Ms.
Yes.
Spivey? Okay. Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, her co-defendant, Edward Whitledge, is currently in prison in California. I have obtained an executive agreement between the governor of California and the governor of Kentucky for his extradition. And we're just waiting for that to clear legal at San Quentin where Mr. Whitledge is. So I would think we'll have Mr. Whitledge back here in a week or two so we can have both of them ready to either try or work on their cases.
Let's schedule this for September 16th. That way we get him back here. Also, when he gets back, I want to make some provision for appointing him counsel before then. So if he gets back, won't you make sure that we have him on the docket for the 19th?
Okay, I'll notify the court.
Okay, and just make sure he gets put on the file a motion or something. In case,
Okay.
make sure we get on the docket, okay? And that way that'll give him a month before September 16th when we have appearance by Ms. Spivey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robert Stevenson. Robert Stevenson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Robert D. Stevenson, 21 CR 0056. Are you Robert Stevenson?
Yes, sir.
You have an attorney?
No, sir.
Did you go through district court? Did you have an attorney there?
Yes. Mr. Berry.
Who was that?
Mr. Berry.
I'll continue the appointment of Office of Public Advocacy. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County earned indictment charging you with receiving stolen property, criminal trespass in the third degree, carrying a concealed deadly weapon, and persistent felony stolen property is concerned. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you heard him acknowledge the indictments on their way back to you. You acknowledge receipt, wait formal reading and arraignment, acknowledge his identity, plead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Stevenson, I've signed that reciprocal discovery order to the Commonwealth to give your attorney evidence they have to help you prepare for your defense. What kind of bond is this gentleman under?
He's currently on a 10,000 cash bond, Judge, and he's a state inmate.
Okay, so we'll see him here on the 13th for negotiation.
Your Honor, I was wondering if I could get the detainer taken off so I could be community level and go out to work. It's keeping me from being on work detail.
That's.
If I could
Your
just.
Honor, I would ask that you address it after the Cumberland County grand jury meets next week because there'll be another case against Mr. Stevens.
Okay. We'll Mr. Austin, you'll need to be aware that he just said there could be a case presented and returned over there, and y'all need to make some arrangements to get coverage over there so you can start negotiations. Okay, thank you very much. Benjamin Tooley.
Benjamin Tooley on there.
Benjamin Tooley, are you Benjamin Tooley?
Yes, sir.
20 CR 0005, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Benjamin Tooley. Mr. Tooley, you were born in 1987.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2172.
2174.
74. Will you take note of that on the docket? Probation pro, it says he said it's 2174. I think I had it wrong. Yeah. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Sorry.
2174 into it said 2172. Okay. This is a motion to revoke probation. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Bell represents Mr. Tooley, is my understanding.
Mr. Bell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was just retained in Mr. Tooley's case, Your Honor. I would ask that be passed today if Mr. Stockton has no objections in the court would, if it pleases the court.
I have no objection. I would advise the court and you, Mr. Bell, that Mr. Tooley has one case going to the grand jury today in Monroe County, and he will have another case going next month in Monroe County, both felony cases. So I don't know when the court wants to set this.
Set it for September 16th.
That'd be fine.
Okay, thank you. Donnie Tooley, could you put a pin on him? On Benjamin Tooley? Okay. Donnie Tooley, Commonwealth versus Donnie Tooley, 21 CR 0043. Are you Donnie Tooley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 21 CR 0043. Mr. Tooley, were you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number, 8898.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. Okay, wait a second. On 2132, a pretrial conference. On 21004, a pretrial conference. And on 21 CR 005, a pretrial conference. Can't do what? Yeah, on 005, there's a 005, is it a motion to revoke or a motion to suppress?
It's 05 is a pretrial conference, Your Honor.
Judge, I have a suppression motion filed, and I believe it's 05.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I'm asking for a trial date in 21 CR 4.
Yeah.
So. So the suppression is on 20 CR 005, so we can hold that into abeyance if it doesn't apply to this other case. 21 CI 004. Have y'all tried to negotiate this?
We have, Your Honor.
We have, Judge.
Unsuccessfully.
Okay. Okay, let me get a trial calendar out here.
Your Honor, I don't know if it's too quick or not. The Ballard case is settled. We could do the 13th and 14th of September.
Judge, I'm going to be out of town that week.
We just got the second and third open now, don't we? August. Well, a speedy trial. Everybody's on a speedy trial, you know.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll do it as long as the lab person's available.
What dates you talking about in September?
I was suggesting the 13th and 14th, but Mr. Berry said he was out of town.
And did we do the Ballard case today already, or?
Yes, and he entered a plea.
Is that Fluter case going to go in Clinton County?
If it doesn't, we've got two other trials backing it up, so. My understanding is right now it'll be going.
October the 12th and 13th are open.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
Is Columbus Day a state holiday any longer?
No, I don't believe it is.
Yeah. We could do it on the 11th.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
Do it on the 11th. Okay, and so we'll have a pretrial on August the 19th. Okay. Okay, then we will have Lorenzo Tooley.
We have Your Honor, we have a bond reduction.
Lorenzo Tooley is next. What do you have? Where is Lorenzo Tooley?
He's was out of custody.
Keep it.
No, he's in jail.
You know where the video room is? Commonwealth versus Lorenzo Tooley. There you are, Counselor. Commonwealth versus Lorenzo Tooley, 12 CR 0031. Are you Lorenzo Tooley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you born 1976?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, Social Security number 5651.
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0031. You also have 21 CR 0051. I understand that you've reached an agreement about a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in these two indictments?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today?
No, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand it.
Yes,
You have the
sir.
right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to put this matter in high court. Charges. You understand those rights? You understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
By entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights. And I'm going to let the Commonwealth read their recommendation. Now, I don't have to accept their recommendation. I can apply any range of sentence provided by law. But if I sentence you to more than the agreement says, I'll allow you to withdraw your plea. Stand trial. Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, in 21 CR 51, the charge of fleeing and evading first degree will be amended to fleeing and evading second degree. Mr. Tooley will receive a sentence of 12 months, probated for 2 years, supervised. He'll pay restitution to the Tompkinsville Police Department, amount of $649 at the rate of $100 a month. That'll be subject to the 5% clerk's fee. He'll receive credit for time served. The other indictment in 21 CR 31 will be dismissed. And if you want me to tell you the reasons for that, I would probably need to come into the courtroom.
No, that'll be fine. I understand.
Yeah.
They're dismissed without prejudice, right?
That'd be fine. Yeah.
This is a misdemeanor plea
The first other case is a misdemeanor plea.
and the second one's dismissed, so we only have a misdemeanor.
That's correct, yes.
And so we'll go ahead and enter a judgment on that.
Yes, I think
We don't have to pre-sentence investigation.
yeah, it's been tendered.
Okay, so it was, go over those misdemeanor charges again.
He'd be pleading to fleeing and evading second degree on foot, 12 months, probated for 2 years, supervised with restitution.
Okay, so that's not an enhanceable offense, so I don't have to worry about that.
No.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and enter a judgment. What the court costs them? When the court costs are $185.50 that you have to pay in addition to restitution. I'll let you pay that at $30 a month, starting 30 days from the day you're released, okay?
Okay, so when do I get released?
Well, I'm fixing to sign it here in a few minutes.
Oh,
You
okay, I'm
probably
sorry.
eating supper at home. Unless you want to stay over there for supper tonight.
Oh, sir.
Yeah, you gonna come back and try to get some barbecue?
Yeah, when we go home and get some barbecue.
Well, if you said you wanted to stay over there, I'd have done a mental inquest warrant on you, okay? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Jesse Turner. Jesse Turner.
Judge Eric Bates present for Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner is the one that we have to do separately
Okay.
due to his charges.
Okay, well, I'll just hold off on him and come back. We just got two more, don't we? Terry Welsh. Terry Welsh.
I've got three more.
Okay,
Well, three counting Mr. Turner, yeah.
Yeah, Terry Welsh.
Criminal mischief.
Terry Welsh.
Welch.
Are you Terry Welsh?
Yes, sir.
Remember having him down. You're welcome. I need his file, very well, his file. Got him down.
This is 20 CR 0037 Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Terry Welsh. Mr. Welsh, were you born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8839.
Yes, sir.
Here for pretrial conference. Mr. Barry?
Judge, we have an agreement.
Motion's been tendered, Mr. Welsh. It says you wish to enter plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 20 CR 0037?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Yes, sir.
It is impaired? You don't know what's going on?
Oh, no, I very well know what's going on.
Well, you just aren't listening. You know what's going on. Okay, I understand. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. I need to know you understand before I can accept a plea. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir.
You understand that by entering guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence liable law. Is this a felony plea, Mr. Stockton?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, by accepting a felony plea, by entering a felony plea, you are subjecting yourself to enhancement if you ever have a felony in the future. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stockton, go over the plea. I don't have to accept the plea, but I will decide after I see a pre-sentence investigation for Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, he will plead guilty of flagrant non-support, receive a 5-year sentence. Probation is to be supervised. He'll pay $1,000 within 2 weeks from final sentencing. After that, he'll pay $298 per month on current support plus $100 a month on arrearages for a total of $398.50 to the Monroe County Child Support Office. That'll begin on October 1st, 2021, paid the first day thereafter of each month. He currently owes $18,133.50. And one thing that wasn't put in the plea that needs to be in there is that the probation will continue until the arrearage is paid in full, even if it exceeds 5 years.
You agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll accept the plea. Order pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. You'll be back on August the 19th for sentencing. Will you hold that up, Mr. Barry, and let him identify his signature? That's your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll see you then. Pre-sentence investigation report will be done and we'll decide then. Okay, now the only other person that I have, before we get to Jesse Turner, is we would go back to German Serrano.
Judge, I thought I'd let you know, Mr. Welch that just pled that you're waiting on the PSI packet on, he's a state inmate. Didn't know if you wanted to waive his PSI.
We can go ahead and enter the sentence today, if that's okay with you, Mr. Stockton.
That's fine, Your Honor.
We'll waive pre-sentence investigation report done by probation, parole, we'll enter sentence in, okay? Okay, thank you. Mr.
Also,
Serrano.
I let the jail know Brian Roberts got arrested last night. He's on the regular docket for sentencing today, so he's at the jail. Just so you know.
And Your Honor, I had Tanisha Shirley on the docket, and I saw her sitting in there earlier, but I have not heard her called.
That was on the other case where she pled guilty to possession. You've got her on the case with Sky and Trey Williams, don't you?
I got her on the possession case.
Well, Mr. Austin or Mr. Berry did that for you.
So that case has been resolved.
Yes.
Yes.
To her satisfaction. Congratulations. Good job.
I did good work. All right, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Have a great day. Yeah.
Take care.
Judge,
Yes.
we also have Joanna Tooley and Forrest and Danny.
Joanna Tooley taken off the docket.
Take off the docket.
And Forrest.
James Forrest is off the docket also.
And Danny Neal.
Danny Neal scheduled for, the other two are for mediation. What about Danny Neal?
These are mediations. They don't need y'all.
When did he get picked up?
I would have to look, sir. I'm not 100% sure.
He was picked up July 12th.
Yeah, CourtNet reflected an active warrant. Are you? Okay, we'll pull him out, write him down, and I'll go to him next. Okay, we'll do Neil.
Okay.
Okay.
Neil.
Come up versus Danny Neal. 21 CR 0070. Are you Danny Neal?
Yes, sir.
Who represents you in district court?
Mr. Berry did. Are they OR?
Okay, I'll continue that appointment. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment.
Yes,
The
sir.
grand jury of Monroe County has indicted you and charged with you with theft, unlawful taking, disposition, shoplifting, 500 or more, and being a persistent felony offender. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Austin, are you going to represent him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Looks like,
I'm sorry, Judge.
Here are the indictments. We'll send them back to you. Acknowledge, you heard him acknowledge his identity, the indictments. You want to waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set him for, come in to negotiate on the 13th and to have his pretrial on the 19th. Mr. Neal, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order to have the Commonwealth to give you all the evidence they have so that you and your attorney can prepare your case, okay?
Yes, sir. Judge, my job at Acton.
Yeah, CourtNet still reflects an active warrant. So y'all will need to see if that warrant is on a different case or is it on this case? We can't tell.
It's on
It's
this.
on 21 CR 70.
They OR'd me on this bond, on this case, and then they picked me up again at probation pro. My probation pro officer called me, told me to come in. I came in. He said he had a warrant on me, a $25,000 cash bond. And they OR'd me downstairs.
Yeah, in district court.
I've got my
Wait
job.
just a second. Okay. So pre-trial, go over what happened.
He's right. When he went through district court, Judge Castillo ROR'd him, but he got indicted. And when he got indicted, it was made 25,000 cash. He was arrested on the 12th. He was presented to you on the 12th, and you left it at 25,000 cash.
I mean, I still have my job, but as of.
I understand. Wait just a second, man. I'm trying to help you here. Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry, Judge.
You have
He's a
any,
high 7, high 11 judge, just so you know.
okay, why is he a high 7 and 11?
Let me look at his report here. It says when he was picked up on this, they were showing a pending case. His prior misdemeanor conviction, prior felony conviction, failure to at least 2 failure to appears within the last 2 years, failure to appears outside the 2-year mark, 3 violent offense convictions, and a sentence to incarceration.
I don't understand what all that is. I mean, I've never heard it before.
Well, I'll have your attorney look into the thing, and Mr. Stockton, they'll review it with you, and we'll take some action on the bond by agreement if you're in. Okay. Thank you.
I mean, what is my bond? It's still 25,000. I cannot make that kind of bond.
Well, we're going to review it. So what I'm telling you is your attorney is going to call a Commonwealth attorney and look at the record. Your numbers are bad on your pre-trial report, but I'm going to try to help you. Okay.
Hey, sir.
Okay.
I'll make any.
Thank you.
I said if a curfew or something, whatever. I don't care what my job's going to be.
Okay. I understand.
If Mr. Austin will get with me and verify employment, I'll try to work with him.
Right. Mr. Austin, can you get with this gentleman today? Talk to him.
I will.
Okay, your attorney will be calling you today. If they can verify employment, I'll change your bonds. What I'm trying to tell you, okay?
Okay. I mean, do you know what it will be?
No, go on, man. We're going to try to get you out of there, all right? Unless you keep on. Okay. What we got left in Commonwealth versus Brian Roberts.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Possession of
client. Okay, you'll need to go back there in the computer.
Just direct them to the screen. I'm going to go take a peek.
What?
Get on the record. You need to go back there in that room.
Needs to be the circumstances with the grant, baggy scale, stuff like that. We'll have to have some other stuff. Of course, it's going to be a D instead of a C. Oh, that's right. Stop it.
This gentleman's Mr. Roberts.
Yes, Your Honor.
In this state, what's this client today?
I didn't see
No, I mean, you can charge them like traffic going over them at the other circuit.
Your Honor, I've never had a drug charge ever.
Wait a second, man. Okay,
You got one this morning.
This first one, Mr. Stockton.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. But I mean, it was completely a freak accident and it was just the way it went down wrong.
let me tell you something, brother.
Yes, sir.
You need to be quiet right now, or I might take your case up in about 6 months. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, you just need to stand there just for a second. Number what? 60 what?
I believe this is Mr. Cross's client, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cross is having a hard time finding the room back there.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
I was having a hard time finding this gentleman on the docket. Mr. Cross is having a hard time. Excuse me. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Brian Roberts.
Right here.
Here's David.
Commonwealth Attorney versus Brian Roberts. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Brian Roberts. 20 CR 0025. Are you Brian Roberts? Now you can say something.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the correct answer. Are you born in 1992? The last 4 digits, Social Security number is 7584. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're here today for sentencing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Cross, you represent him?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was inquiring of Mr. Stockton.
Okay, well, what you need to do is let me sentence him then if he's here today for sentencing.
Well,
okay?
if it's all right with Mr. Stockton, that's fine with me. As I was trying to say, I know Mr. Roberts was arrested yesterday on a simple possession, and I did not know.
Well, I was going to go ahead and sentence him, but if you want Mr. The Commonwealth Attorney to have a second bite at this gentleman.
No,
then, okay. I can put off the sentence if you'd like. Between you and Mr. Roberts, you're liable to land him in jail for a long time here.
Let's not do that.
No,
Yeah.
we hope not to do that, but that's what I was trying to inquire of Mr. Stockton early. He and I,
Do
he
you
was
have any
aware.
other crimes this gentleman's done that you'd like to report while you're talking here?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's been aware of this, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay. Mr. Roberts, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir. I do need to make 2 changes on there, but that I can do that once I'm released from jail. I just need to update my phone number and I need to change it to my mother's address because I'm no longer with Miss Harden. I now will be with my mother because I have stomach cancer. I found out last week that I have stomach cancer and I'm trying to live my life, try to take care of myself the best that I can. I'm down to 84 pounds.
Judge, I do have that information if you want me to give it to you, the address and phone number for the
You
PSI.
don't give it here on the line, just provide
Okay.
it to them.
I'll give it to Mr. Collins.
Upon a plea of guilty to fleeing and evading, first, operating a motor vehicle while it's revoked, offense receive a sentence of 3 years, run consecutively, a total of 6 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. On an operating motor vehicle, 0.08 or while under influence, should receive 60 days of fine and $350. You shall obtain gainful employment, or it sounds like you might have a disability situation come up. If you do, I'll suspend the 30 days. What's the total cost on this? $590. You can start paying $50 a month starting 30 days from today. Now, what's the new charge that he has, Mr. Cross?
I was informed he has a possession of controlled substance first degree.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do is just allow them to handle that Was that in here in Monroe County?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does pretrial know anything else about that?
Just
Yes,
happy.
Judge, I do. And I did not contact you this morning. As you know, I would normally contact you, but I did not contact you because I knew he was on for sentencing. So I just figured you'd handle it in court. I don't have the citation handy, but I did, when I ran his record, I feel like you need to know this too. He did receive a new misdemeanor charge out of Cumberland County 6. But
On the Cumberland County charge,
okay.
I have that taken care of. I have a doctor's note to show that, to cover that.
Well, out of a pure act of benevolence, I'm going to allow you to have this sentence and go on your way. You'll have to meet with probation and pro when you want him to meet with you. Okay, soon as you're released, sir, look around here now.
Yes, sir.
Soon as you're released, you need to call probation and parole and talk to them. And I'm going to take you at your word as far as your diagnosis. I do not take, when someone comes to my court's got a serious physical problem, you obviously are down.
Yes, sir.
I wish you were down like this because of meth instead of stomach cancer.
Honestly, Your Honor, the man, I would probably.
Don't say anything else. You're in pretty good shape. Okay. You just go get the probation and parole, and if y'all will take care of him in extra supervision because of his medical condition, he says. I hope things turn around for you, young man. Okay.
Okay, so that means I get to go down and call Chase Collins today, correct?
As soon as you get out, you're gonna get out today unless they're holding you on anything else.
No, sir.
And
Thank
They're
Brian,
holding him for district. Judge Castillo said his bond at 1,000 cash.
Okay, could I get it surety with the ankle monitor, Whitney, so I can?
Not by me. You can't. Judge Costello is holding.
You have to go to court first.
Brian, you or your mother call me, okay?
Okay, if the jail will let me call you, David, I
Can we
will.
move on, please? Can we move on? We're not having district court. Can we move on?
Well, why not? We're gonna be here to midnight anyway. Might as well.
Maybe
Okay.
midnight instead of 1.
Okay, now is there anybody else here? Is there anybody else here?
Judge,
Jesse Turner. We have anybody but Jesse Turner left?
I've got a.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm talking about in jail.
He is in jail.
Who is it?
Lucio Beltran Torres.
Yes, Your Honor, we have him in the courtroom.
Okay, now is he the one you have to have by yourself or? So Jesse, you got Jesse Turner, and then we're going back to Serenado, correct? Who is it you have to have in jail in the room by themselves?
That's
Jesse
Jesse
Turner.
Turner.
Well, I see somebody else in the room is the reason I'm asking that.
Chairman Serrano.
Okay. Okay, you got Jesse Turner and Serrano. Does one or the other one have to be held done first according to jail rules?
This is Mr. Torres, Your Honor. We've also got Mr. Serrano that was waiting on his attorney, and then I've got Jesse Turner to the side waiting until we're complete.
This is Jesse Turner here.
No, Jesse Turner has to be done by himself. This is
Okay,
the
well,
other
who's
individual.
in front of me? I can't hear you.
Mr. Torres, yes.
That's my client, Judge.
What's his number?
Beltran Torres, Your Honor.
Trying to find his number here. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Lucid Beltran Torres, 21 CR 0035. We're here for a pretrial conference.
It is, Judge. We don't have an agreement yet on him. We've been negotiating back and forth. Again, this is another, and I think we're real close to having it wrapped up. I thought he would be here in person today. I didn't realize the inmates weren't going to be brought over. If we could have one more
But he just got arrested, I think.
No, he's been in there for a while, Judge.
Has he? Okay.
Since April.
Yeah. Okay. You want to just put him off to next month, Mr. Stockton, or what do you want?
That'll be fine. If we can't resolve it, we'll get a trial. No.
August 13th and the 19th.
Judge, would the court consider reviewing his bond at this time?
I'd object, Your Honor, without a formal motion based on the charges in this case.
Okay.
Or we can get a speedy trial if he wants a trial date.
File motion. File motion.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Now this is Jesse Turner's time. German Serrano. Who's his attorney?
Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown, are you on there now?
I'm here, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Brown, we're hearing these defendants, but you need to be here in person. You know what I mean? Next time, okay? The defendants.
I understand, Judge.
For protection, but we can't be chasing people around, okay? Okay, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jesse Turner. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
This is Herman Serrano, I think, Your Honor, that's up. And Mr. Brown just got appointed, I think, on him, and he's not met with me. So if we can do August the 19th and 13th on him, if we can't resolve it, we'll get a trial date.
I have met with him once, Judge, but that's correct. I'd like to have it reset to the 13th and 19th.
21 CR 0029. Pretrial for German Serrano. You want 13th and the 19th. Is that correct? You need to be there in person both days.
Yes, Judge.
What's this gentleman's bond?
His bond is currently set at, oh, 1 second. $20,000 cash, ankle monitor to be in place before release, no use or possession, no contact with alleged victim, complaining witness, make all scheduled court appearances, random drug testing.
Your Honor, I've had to chase Mr. Serrano before on cases and put him in NCIC.
Okay, well, we'll just, we'll do it on the 13th and 19th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're down to the last jail case that we have, which is Jesse Turner. Commonwealth versus Jesse Turner. Commonwealth versus Jesse Dwayne Turner, 20 CR 003. Are you Jesse Wayne Turner Jr.?
That's correct.
Okay, were you born in 1976?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number are 2464.
That's correct.
Okay. We're here today for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
The last thing I know, Mr. Bates came to my office and reviewed the discovery, so I don't know where we stand. He's ready to reset it for trial or not.
And Judge, if I may respond, I did go to Mr. Stockton's office. They also provided a copy of discovery that has been received and tendered to client. There were some forensic interviews that have also been received. I believe I have all the discovery that's currently in Mr. Stockton's actual possession. There are a couple of things that I do need to talk to Mr. Stockton about as far as that goes, but there has been an offer My client knows the offer. We are discussing it. I'm still in the middle of my investigation of the case. Obviously, based on the charges, this is a pretty substantial case, and the investigation, there's a lot of potential witnesses that need to be interviewed. Judge, I'd ask that we pass this 60 days and then set a trial date on that date if we don't have a resolution by that point.
September 16th.
Yes, Judge.
But you need to give the Commonwealth notice a couple of days before that, that we have an agreement. So we'll be able to get it in the works and make sure that.
Judge, I would assume that I'm going to have quite a bit of contact with Mr. Stockton between now and then. So that
Okay, thank you very much. And 16th then, okay?
All right. Thank you,
And
Judge.
does that finish the jail today?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation. I know it was a confusing day with the equipment, everything. Y'all have done a good job, okay? Thank you very much.
Sir. Have a wonderful day.
We're going to take about a 5.5 minute break while I go wait on the grand jury, and we'll start the regular docket here. We'll come back.
If they send me a letter or call me on or something.
I'm not sure why we're going to court and what our role is. It seems we have to do clerk and prosecutor functions instead of.
Who in the world is saying that?
It's terrible. Like, that. I contact her when I lie.
You tell her that she comes to my face and says, if I'm going to prosecute the case, she'll get earful.
I think she got an earful from Cumberland Clerk's office.
Yeah. I wish I hadn't heard that.
I mean, Judge Russell, you shouldn't just have opportunity to guard agent and this area. This gets what we are.
You know that part about that.
Is this really happening? And then she, first question is, who told you this? And then goes on to say. So if they don't drive, you know, if they're being done 24 hours a day, they release them. They're only allowed to put it, contact the child and make it. The new bond conditions on the release them. I'll go with you because I can get out of here. I'm ready. I'll go over and get the bus.
If they put me in isolation, I don't care how much they do. We're about halfway through.
Yeah.
A little bit more.
I think we might be a little more. We got quite a bit. A lot of these have action that are late. A lot of these are late.
We I just need to stop on the way and preach it.
I'm on the side of Metcalf. I probably don't.
On the north side. I've been out there at that school a lot. I've been saying church.
I'm not gonna be here. Love the
Well, other than that, I was gonna let you out. There you go.
Yeah, she's fine. They're fine. Oh, we didn't know she had. We just went for her chest. had that different, and a new dog. They take her to the bar. And she was shaking. She's no. She's like, she's gonna have to operate. She's gonna get the, and I was like, are you this guy? So they have to go up on Wednesday, she has a chest. Yeah, it's, see, that's what happens, is her coming out. We were off the race. And I'm starting to bring it back down, so it was good. Yeah, they found her. To the grave. Probably. We got her out of the 2 weeks ago. She has an allergy shots 3 times a week. Poor child. Waiting her back. This was very, she was on the outside. That's how she reacted. That was the inside allergy. No, it's the animal. She reacted to trees, grass, and weeds, so she's like, she will be in 3 out of 4 seasons. Which one is operator from the operator? That was how she reacted. I started that, they wanted to start cold. Well, she only let me, I had at least orders. It's not like having more than each arm. So she had 6 shots a week, because she didn't have any indoor allergy, she only. Make sure. Make sure. They don't charge $1.25. Look at it. Because I can round it around. So they do, I'm glad they do. Yes, they do. And, so it's supposed to be $11 change. Well, I paid the bill and I was like, it was almost $10. And I was like, $100. So I asked for the receipt. Oh, well, agree. Well, what's however they go. Lori messaged and I was like, listen, I don't know what's going on, but this is gonna be happening. It's only $7. And the reason we stopped going to Brexville is because Anita at the fire's office kept giving me trouble. And I kept complaining because he was having an allergic reaction every time, and his little arm would go up like this. Every time, and it was a fiasco. So finally I said, walked in one day, I said, I need vows and cocaine.
So it don't matter. I didn't interrupt this That's good.
I don't know, how do you get it? That would be so nice. See, when I did it myself, I don't know if it's, I think it's more or less. I think that Jason. How many times Jason been out? Twice a week or once a week?
Everybody. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all, I found you. Found agriculture.
Really?
I done it. I just had to wear my ear for 3 weeks. No problem. I've done weeds, trees, grass. There's no weeds.
Those are the 3, Aubrey.
Weeds, grass.
Let's come back to order, please. Okay. Mr. Bell, how many more clients do you have? Okay, let's take them up there. They all, is everybody in the courtroom? We got other people waiting down. How many you got down there? We'll start bringing more up here. Are all your people here? Okay. Okay, call one of your cases.
Ricky Emberton, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Ricky Emberton. Commonwealth versus Ricky Lee Emberton, 20 CR 0087. Are you Ricky Lee Emberton? Born in 1963. And last four digits, your social security number 0973. Okay.
Your Honor, we will negotiate this case. We don't have a resolution. I don't think we'll get any further. We request a trial date.
Your Honor, this is an assault involving two brothers, so you put out a few months, I don't think it's gonna matter. Still gonna be brother, one way or the other, so.
I don't think it will take but one day to try it. Really, that could be more as far as that.
What kind of offer did you make?
I mean, probated sentence with some jail time and return to property. There was some injuries to the victims' cases. I think it's reasonable.
I do too, Your Honor. The problem is Mr. Emerson stated he never took the farm.
Well, here, so he couldn't be in possession of farm if he didn't take it, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Or if he didn't give it back, he would take it. That's that. He'd be glad to.
That's the hanging.
Well, we're welcome to it. I'll be glad to come back on 19th and try to resolve it.
Come back on September 16th. Y'all negotiate some between them. I don't want to put him on the 19th because he's got so many of them to do on the 13th.
Thank you.
Okay, come back here on September 16th. As far as I'm concerned, if you paid him yet, he'll hold. If you hadn't paid him, he'd say, "Well, you need to hold him a little while." Okay.
Your Honor, I have Tony Graves.
Commonwealth versus Tony B. Graves. (21 CR 0037) here for pretrial conference.
Your Honor, my understanding is we were going to do a misdemeanor plea with a DUI, and because Mr. Graves is on parole, he can't plead guilty to the DUI. And because the legislature gives me no discretion on DUIs, I can't dismiss it, so we're gonna have a trial.
We had actually accepted the plea and signed all the paperwork, but I found out yesterday that, or one day this week, that they were going to go off his parole. Over to DUI.
Okay, let's set a trial date then.
Yes, sir.
You don't have any expert witnesses or anything on this one, do you?
I'm not prepared on this, but I should be prepared without the headset.
There was no drugs or anything found. I don't think there'd be any expert witnesses except for the, maybe the DUI part of it.
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking about.
No, there was he refused to let go, so there's no expert witness.
Okay. September. Look at your calendar, Mr. Stockton, on that. Were you out the 13th, 14th, 15th, and
No, that's
September?
Mr. Berry was out. We could do that when it's day Mr. Bell's about.
Well, I'd kind of like to do that, but probably we'll have something somewhere else we'll want to do on that day too. You know what I mean?
So we said this one, we can choose priority later on.
And this one also could be a one-day deal.
I can try it those days, just, I guess, just a few pre-trials to move, but I can be available on 13th, 14th, or the 15th.
Let's set it for the 13th, and that way if we have another trial come up, we can do it on the 14th or 15th. On the 14th, 13th.
I'm gonna go ahead and put it over the office of 13, 14, just-
No, it's 13th.
Yes, sir. But if we can't travel Thursday.
Well, we could very well do it, but I was thinking about adding another one later. But,
Yeah, I've got it on the 13th. I'm just keeping it open
okay.
to the 15th.
Okay, you want a pre-trial? Well, there's nothing you can do in a pre-trial. We'll just see you here on that date, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
All right, Timothy Shirley. Timothy Lee Shirley. We have a resolution.
Wait just a second. Commonwealth versus Timothy Lee Shirley, 21 CR 0028. Are you Timothy Lee Shirley? Born in 1969. Last four digits, social security number 6465. And 21 CR 0058. You got two cases, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The motion's been tendered, Mr. Shirley. It says you wish to enter a plea, is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily entered? Have you had plenty of time to review this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor and have process issued to compel their attendance, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. Okay, now you understand that this is a felony plea, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, by entering a felony plea, you can have this, if you have a subsequent or another felony plea or a conviction, you could be enhanced. Okay, you understand that? If you listen very carefully, Commonwealth's recommendation, I do not have to accept that I can give you more time, but if I give you more time, I'll let you withdraw your plea. Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, in this case, Mr. Shirley was plead guilty to possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, received a sentence of 5 years. He would also plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, received a sentence of 3 years. Pleading guilty to failure to maintain motor vehicle insurance, pay a $500 fine and cost. The 5 year and 3 year sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Mr. Shirley shall serve an additional 60 days home incarceration after final sentencing. He would get credit for any jail time served before that. He would forfeit $229 Commonwealth, Kentucky, and be dispersed according to the forfeiture order. The 9mm handgun, ammunition, and holster will be forfeited and be disposed of in accordance with Kentucky law. He also would forfeit $334 in 21 CR 28. And at that point in time, the Commonwealth agrees to dismiss that indictment. He'll maintain gainful employment or do 30 hours community service a week. Pay a court cost at discretion of the court, and all other evidence in this case be destroyed.
What's the court cost in this case?
$265.
What, how much? $265. $265 court cost. You need some time to pay that. You pay it $30 a month, first $30 starting 30 days from today. You'll need to meet with a probation and parole officer. We'll bring you back to give them information on pre-sentence investigation report. You'll be back here on August the 19th for sentencing. That's your signature on this document here. Okay. Okay, who's your next client?
Your Honor, I have Justin Adams.
Commonwealth versus Dustin Adams, 21 CR 006. Are you Dustin Adams? Okay, born in 2002. Last four digits, social security number 5127. You're here for a pretrial conference.
We have a resolution.
Okay. A motion been tendered. Mr. Adams says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? The same person named in indictment 21 CR 006. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? You satisfied with his advice? Okay, do you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against anyone. Nobody can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call, testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor and have process history, compel or attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter higher court. You lose the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you have the charge against you. Now, this is a felony plea or a pretrial diversion?
Pretrial diversion.
Okay, a pretrial diversion means that if you successfully complete the terms of the pretrial diversion, your case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you get expunged from your record. However, if you violate the terms of pretrial diversion, enter an order avoiding your pretrial diversion, I order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole, and you'll be sentenced and be a convicted felon, and you have any future convictions of felonies that could be used to enhance the penalties against you. You understand that? Has anybody threatened or coerced you in any way? Anybody threatened or coerced you in any way to get you into this plea? Mr. Stockton or Mr. Carter, you will go over the terms. Y'all step to the left a little bit. Let Mr. Carter get on camera here.
Your Honor, upon a plea of guilty, Mr. Adams plead guilty to criminal mischief, first degree, 2 counts, and receive a sentence of 5 years on each count to run concurrently for a total of 5 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years supervised. Upon the plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with an alcohol concentration of or above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substance. First offense, aggravating circumstance, the defendant shall serve 7 days in jail and pay a $300 fine plus costs. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall do a minimum of 30 hours per week in community service until gainful employment is obtained, and the defendant shall pay a fine and court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until all court costs are paid in full and until further request of probation or parole.
Okay, in addition to caution you concerning the felony conviction, if you violate this, I also need to caution you the fact that you've entered in a plea to driving under the influence, and that's an enhanceable offense too. If you get caught driving under the influence again, you know that this plea could cause the next offense to be the penalty higher, more consequences. You understand that? Okay. Now, are you presently working anywhere? Where are you working at? Okay. So you got that job's okay over there, is it? I mean, they're not going to let you go because of this or anything. Okay. Well, you got to please see if that's his signature on there. Let him identify it. Total fine and cost and everything's what? Do you need some time to pay your $690 or you going, can you? Okay. $690. I'll give you some time if you need it. Okay. Don't ever say that around an attorney. You know, yeah, do you have your license with you?
He's only 18, even an attorney, defense attorney, has thrown him back.
Well, if you throw him back, there'll be others snatching before he hits the water. So, okay. Well, hey, good luck. I hope things turn around for you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, who else you got?
Your Honor, I have Stephen Reed.
Commonwealth versus Stephen W. Reed. (19 CR 006). 70 and 19 CR 0077.
No, we don't have a resolution in this case. I did talk to Mr. Stockton. There had been some additional evidence that I haven't had time to provide to him. If it pleases the court, I believe we would agree to pass it, and I will pass the passage of September 16th.
September,
We don't have to resolve it.
okay, September 16th, resolution or trial date, okay? You have anybody else?
So the last case I've got, Your Honor, is Danny Pippin. And he was arrested last night.
Where is he?
He's in jail.
No, I've not filed a motion to go to bond. I've got Officer Page here to testify that he was using substances when he was taken to jail. I think we ought to put a hold on him until we keep him enforced. Because he was out on bond. I can file a formal motion.
File a motion and I'll put a holder on him till then, okay?
We do that 16th, good.
Well, we can do it to 19th, if you want to,
That's fine.
August 19th.
I may be a little late, Judge.
Surely not.
I could be. Thank you, Judge.
Well, you just coordinate with the Commonwealth what time you're gonna be here, and looks like we're gonna be here a long time every day.
Yes. Thank you, second. Okay.
Do you have anything? How
Tyler Young, Your Honor.
how many other cases do you have?
4.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Tyler W. Young, 21 CR 0025. Are you Tyler Young? Born 1988. Last 4 digits, social security number 9023. Here for pretrial time.
Judge, we have conferences, case batteries, things on the common. We also have another one going to the grand jury. We could set this to a date so we can upload a resolution of both of them.
How long do you think it's going to take, Mr. Stockton?
Well, we've got a case that went to the grand jury today, and I've also filed a motion with what Brian was he got in
Up for you.
That's okay.
Whitney,
Thank you.
hold on just a second. Let me turn my sound on and talk to Judge here.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, I was needing to let you know that Tyler Young, since he's been out, like I know I've made at least 2 attempts to get in touch with him and he's never called us back. I want to make sure I've got the right phone number for him so that when I try and call him today or tomorrow.
You try to call him until next month, you're gonna have to call him in the Barricade Detention Center.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
You're in custody of the judge. Next court appearance is when? 19th on this.
I'm sure you'll have the arraignment that day.
Yeah, on the 19th.
Just we call me, came through it.
You live that, you better, officer.
Yes.
We'll take my watch there. Okay. I just didn't like that. Yeah.
I came through it for a entry to plea on. And I've got a message.
Caldwell versus Hayseed, last name.
Pruitt.
Okay, and your first name is
Okay.
Michaela. You had extra J in there.
It's silent.
When you learn how to spell your name, that's a little rough. Caldwell versus Michaela Pruitt, 21 CR 0023. Ms. Pruitt, were you born in 1996?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number are 0947.
Yes.
Okay, I understand that you just entered a plea, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in the document 21 CR 0023?
Yes.
Is your judgment prepared today?
I'm sorry.
Is your judgment prepared today anyway? You know what's going on here?
Yes.
I had plenty of time to review the evidence in this case, and are you believe you're fully informed?
Yes.
Okay, you one of them was in a persistent felony offender law, you could receive a longer sentence. You understand that? Has anybody threatened or coerced you in any way to get you into this plea? Okay, listen very carefully to see hear what Mr. Stockton has to say.
No, this is the case. I just told with Officer Shirley about, and he's in agreement with the plea. She will plead guilty to fleeing and evading police first degree, receive a sentence of 5 years. She will also plead guilty to wanton endangerment first degree, 2 counts, receive a sentence of 5 years on each count. Run concurrently for a total of 5 years. All 3 sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Pre-trial burden for 5 years supervised. She will receive credit for time served. She also agrees to pay a $2,000 fine plus cost. She will remain on active supervision until all fines and costs are paid. She will maintain gainful employment and all evidence is case to be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes,
Is that your signature on the document?
yes.
Well, I'll accept a pretrial diversion. Sign it here and what's the court cost in this case? $240. You need some time to pay that. I can give her more than that if she tells me she needs time.
Yes.
$240, you need some time to pay that.
Can she have 4 months to pay all that?
Well, I'm asking her if she needs some time.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, I'll let you pay it $30 a month. Okay, that way you won't have to come up with it all at one time. And you can start 30 days from today. Okay, now you be careful. You don't want to be a convicted felon. It's your tender year. You know what I'm saying? Okay. You have anything else?
Marissa Smith.
We need to do child support sometime. Here you go. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Larissa Smith, Larissa V. Smith, 21 CR 0033. Are you Larissa V. Smith, born in 1996? Last 4 digits of your social security number are 9910. Okay. You're here for pretrial conference. Y'all reached an agreement on this? Motion been tendered says that you wish to enter a plea of guilty today. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in the indictment? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you fully informed about this case? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak, trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel, jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, and have processes to compel their attendance, right to appeal this matter to higher court. If you lose, the right to try the Commonwealth to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. By entering a guilty plea, you give up there. Is this a diversion too? Okay, a pretrial diversion means if you agree with the terms of pretrial diversion, your case will be dismissed. Pretrial diversion, you can have your case expunged. Okay, you don't have any record. If you violate the terms of pretrial diversion, and I revoked the pretrial diversion, I have a pre-sentence investigation for you, be a convicted felon, and that can be used against you in the future if you have other felony charges for a sentence. You understand that? Okay, listen very carefully to what Mr. Carter has to say. Y'all step to the left. Mr. Carter.
Your Honor, upon a plea of guilty to criminal possession of a forged instrument in the second degree, Ms. Smith shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty to tampering with physical evidence, Ms. Smith shall receive a sentence of 5 years. The 2 5-year sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years pretrial diverted for 5 years supervised. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall pay a $1,000 fine plus court costs. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until all restitution, if applicable, fines and court costs are paid in full and further orders of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all contraband, drug paraphernalia, and fraudulent security cards disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
What was the restitution?
No, Your Honor, it was just fraudulent cards. If there is any, we're not aware.
What's the court cost in this case?
215.
Do what?
215.
215. Do you have a cash bond up?
That's what I was going to talk about.
Yeah, but she's gonna have to pay this fine and stuff for you out of that first though. So you want us to hold the, your fine and court costs out of that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you can get the rest of it, okay? And you need to talk to the probation parole officer. You got another case?
Judge, I've got Chase Dobson.
See if there's anything else on this I need to do. Okay. Commonwealth versus Chase Dakota Dotson, 21 CR 0062. Are you Chase Dakota Dotson? Born in 1995?
Yes, sir.
Okay, last four digits, social security number 6480.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Have you already got copies of that one? Okay. The grand jury of Monroe County's returning indictment charged you with improper parking, disregarding a stop sign, operating under the influence, possession of controlled substance, third, controlled substance not in proper prescription, and failure of owner to maintain insurance. You understand those charges? You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You acknowledge receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, interview, not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Mr. Dodson.
Yes.
What, this is first offense, so there's no license situation here. Is that right? Well, I want you to tell me whether it's correct. I don't know anything about it.
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll set up, I sign a reciprocal discovery order on this case. That means they'll be giving you the evidence to your attorney. You come back on the 13th of August for negotiation and the 19th of August for your next appearance. You have anybody else?
Yes, Your Honor. Charity Pepper.
Judge, that's the case that we recently set for trial, previously set for trial with Mr. Hellringer, and he's now contacted the court, or Mr. Stockton, and said he cannot do the trial that day and is demanding to be heard on speakerphone regarding the new date.
Yeah, I was in the other courtroom with John Paulson and a special judge. I think it got.
Who can't do it on that day?
Mr. Hellringer,
Why?
I didn't speak to him. He called.
He was going to be out of town. He was under the impression the trial was in the year 2022.
Judge, I can be available on that day. I'm gonna move my stuff so I can.
Well, he can just file a motion. If he
I
wants.
thought,
File a motion. What date is it set for?
September 20th.
I mean, he had his calendar here. He looked at his calendar. I guess they got a long time, so. Okay. You're set for the same date then, I guess.
Yes, did you set a pre-trial in that before the 20th?
It wasn't gonna be, now for him, if you think she might need a pretrial, you can have one for her if you reach an agreement for her.
Okay, if we get an agreement, we'll set it for the August date. We'll
That'll be
just-
fine. Okay,
That's all I have.
okay. Yeah, Commonwealth versus Kaylee Sherry Hill. That will be the next one up. Guess I need to go back to the beginning of the docket. Commonwealth versus Kaylee Sherry Hill, 21 CR 0075. Are you Kaylee Sherry Hill? Is that who you are? Okay, you need to speak up a little bit. Okay, now, do you have an attorney here today? Okay, continue that. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe County charged you with trafficking in controlled substance, first degree, first offense. You understand that charge? Yeah. I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order here where they'll give you all the evidence that they have. And you come to negotiate on the August the 13th. And next court date is August the 19th. If I gave you a drug test today, could you pass it? Okay, I'll take your word for it. What time, child support long passed. I'm gonna do the child support docket here. Where is the child support docket? Clary versus Clary. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Miss Anderson, you won't come up here and interrogate him while you have him under oath?
Ms. Clary is before the court giving notice of this hearing. She's been able to find the person capable of filing the court. She made an incarcerated Norman with the armed forces. She has an arrear tax of today $2,648.90. We ask you to hold her in contempt, allow her to purge, maybe lump sum payment in the same term. Thank you.
Fox versus Fox.
We ask this be continued for review on Thursday, August 19th at 1 p.m.
Gallup versus Gallup.
Review again Thursday, September 16th at 1 p.m.
Hudson versus Hudson.
Review September 16th at 1 p.m.
Eisenberg versus Eisenberg.
Judge, Mr. Eisenberg is before the court given notice of this hearing. He is running this court here, incarcerated Norman with the armed forces. Has a rear judge of today, $2,926.02. That's open contempt. I'm person making lump sum payments by August 19th, and then $200 per month. This is all arrears, so we can get something done.
Yeah. So you could leave if they were all followed. Reagan versus Reagan.
you September 16th at 1 p.m.
We had to cut that board over there that one that bad part. White versus white.
We have this be continued generally because the respondent is doing such a good job.
Claimant versus claimant.
Made an incarcerated moment with the armed forces. An arrears $16,545.35. That goes in penalty. $1,600 and $200 per month. He was doing very well until COVID. Yes. We were sort of back over to doing. In case you didn't call, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They'd asked for a obligation review, which did not meet criteria for a modification. You got an order to that effect with the child support worksheet attached to show that. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah. Probably been uncomfortable for all of us. Okay, now we got a civil doc. What time does the civil doc come up? 2:30? Is there anybody got a civil motion they want to bring real quick? Need to get in and out of? That should be about the quickest thing you can do. Anybody else have a civil motion? If not, we'll go to the criminal doc.
Your Honor, I'm not sure the coordination. I filed a motion to reopen the older divorce case, and other parties want to do a divorce. And it got closed, got stricken off the docket.
What are you trying to mess the state out of filing fees or what you? What?
I guess. Kind of like my client filing fee.
Granted, then, that's a brutally honest answer, so I will grant your motion.
There was a.
Is there a difference between the filing fee then and now? How much is the filing fee? I want to pay the difference.
I think it's probably the same.
Okay. Okay.
And also the Brooks versus Cornelius case. Actually, it should be Tyler Brooks versus Mr. Driver and I realized we're going to have to set that for the DRC. We use that cross motion on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Take note. Did we already do Stephen Bell?
Yes.
What? Do you have something? I can't hear you back there, man. Just come on up here and get behind the podium. That's always good to do. What's the case number?
The case is Thompson v. Thompson.
What's the motion there?
The motion is an informal proper motion.
I'll take it under review.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the next one?
And the next one was Shepherd v. Bow. That was on the docket for today. I potentially set a trial date, but we've come to a tentative agreement, so I don't think we need a trial date to be set.
Okay, just submit an order on that.
You mean on the Shepherd v. Bow?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, be on your way rejoicing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Commonwealth versus George Michael Brown. Are you George Michael Brown?
Yes, sir.
You have an attorney? Public advocacy, okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Were you born in 1994? Last four digits, social security number 2561. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with wanton endangerment in the second degree, reckless driving, possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of a controlled substance, first degree, unidentified narcotic. You understand those charges? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of this gentleman? Receive the indictment, wait for Regan, Raymond, and plead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Set this for August 13th for negotiation and August 19th for your next court appearance. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. Your attorney's being given evidence they have in your case. You make sure you get with him before the 13th. Commonwealth versus Mark Brown. Mark Brown. Commonwealth versus Mark Brown, 21 CR 0034 and 21 CR 0038.
I believe we are getting close to an agreement, and in any case, if he accepts the agreement, there's going to be a sanction, I believe, so you would like to get this set for like September date so that you can get all of it. It's the current offer, if I remember correctly, was 120 days or something like that.
Okay, August the 19th. Be back here August the 19th for a plea or for setting a trial date. John Casey Bryant. John Casey Bryant. Has everybody been let in now?
Yes, he sat there for 4 or 5 hours. There.
Why don't you see if you can give him a phone call? Yeah. Give him a phone call, see if he answers here.
I'll go see if he's out.
Shannon Clarkson. Shannon Clarkson.
Your Honor, he was on last month on the motion to revoke. Mr. Collins says he has a child that got injured into the benefit.
Yes, sir.
Pass over him till.
I need to be heard.
Okay.
Involved with his back to unemployment.
Do what now?
He has a motion to revoke pending because he hadn't paid his restitution the way he was supposed to. He owes $6,000 or $7,000 to Dr. Michael Carter and Virginia Crawford.
Oh, I remember that case. Yeah.
And Miss Rich, it's been a month, but she's finally got in touch with the unemployment office. She got a hold of the director, and we got a person. Mr. Clarkson has $4,248 of unemployment benefits that can be intercepted and applied to restitution. But I need a court order to hold those funds so they won't be paid out to Mr. Clarkson. And then at some point in time, I have to furnish a picture of Mr. Clarkson holding his driver's license to send up there so they can release the funds to the clerk's office.
Okay, well, submit me an order.
Okay.
And then you think Mr. Clarkson has a legitimate reason for not being here today, is what you're saying?
Yes. But I'd ask it to be reset for next month.
August the 19th. And you need, when you interview him, you need to take a picture of him with his driver's license. Okay. Erica Decker.
Judge, she was in Allen County Jail. They're the one that disappeared on it, and never came back.
I guess they got tired of waiting. Yeah, what is she in Barron County Jail for?
Allen County Jail.
Allen County Jail. What's she in Allen County Jail on? Pre-trial, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm pulling her up because I didn't have her in custody, but that don't
Your
mean
microphone's off.
No, I'm talking. Oh, she is in Allen County. She just got picked up in Allen County. Oh, volume.
Can you hear us, Whitney?
I can't.
We can't hear you.
Did it go back to whatever setting? Okay. She did get picked up in Allen County yesterday for public intoxication and disorderly conduct, 2nd degree. And that would be a violation of her bond that she is out on for you.
Okay, we'll revoke the bond then.
All right. Thank you.
Leslie Dewberry.
We already did him. Yes.
Christopher Todd Ferguson.
He has an active warrant.
Jailer of Monroe County.
Christopher Ferguson.
Christopher Todd Ferguson. Where is Christopher Todd Ferguson?
He has an active warrant.
I know, but he always knows where everybody is anyway. Where's he hanging these days going?
I don't know. She in jail somewhere? I don't know if she's in jail.
No, he has an active warrant.
Okay, there's an active warrant out for you. You want to put him in NCIC?
Yes, Judge.
Stacy Joe Flippin.
There's an active warrant.
He was served just
Oh, okay.
earlier today.
Are you Stacy Joe Flippin?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0048. You here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have a lawyer or public advocate? What public advocate is the purpose of arraignment? This is an arraignment. You have right to remain silent. Should exercise that right. The judge of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging that operating a motor vehicle while the close for suspended possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance. Is this on the indictment warrant? What it is?
Yes.
What was his bond district court? Can you get pre-trial and ask what his?
She's
bond
on there.
district court is?
Do you know what his bond was? You're muted, Whitney.
Who was it? Sorry.
Stacy Flippin.
21 CR 0048.
It was an administrative release, ROR.
in district court? What did she set the bond at?
No, it was, they got arrested. It was administrative release ROR.
You already have a bond set, I'm showing in this case. You have a $15,000 clerk-approved surety, pre-trial monitoring, 24-hour curfew acceptance being work, religious services, or the doctor, subject to random drug and alcohol testing and all other standard conditions.
It seems like a reasonable time to get somebody to make that bond. I can't hear you.
Is there any way I can keep it on a water bond?
Well, everybody else is on this. It's just a $15,000 surety bond. They don't have to put any money up or anything. They just need to come in and sign your bond. You need all those requirements. The problem on the ROR bond is those other requirements aren't on there. And it doesn't have an ankle bracelet or anything. See, it's just got you.
Curfew.
Where you go to church, work, home, the doctor, I mean, you can continue your life. But you know, it'll be a while before you transport anybody, won't it?
Yeah, I can wait 3 minutes.
Yeah, you can wait. You got somebody calling, you come in and make the bond. Okay, so, 13th and 16th. Be back here, the 13th for negotiation and 16th. 19th, 13th and 19th. Kimberly Lee Ford. Kimberly Lee Ford.
Smacked her more strong.
Might want to look at the NCIC on Kimberly. James Eric Forrest.
We
did that, didn't we?
he was taken off the docket.
No, documented that. Keith Gross.
There's active warrants.
Keith Gross. Are you Keith Gross?
Yes, sir.
Born 1979. What are the last 4 digits of your social security? Okay, you got 19 CR 0053, 19 CR 00160, 20 CR 0024, and 21 CR 0061. Last one is for a rain. Do you have an attorney? Okay.
Who is that?
Who is it?
He's an agent. He's an agent. He's got appointed to him. I've asked you something.
You ought to stand for the rain.
I'll pay both of them out.
In good shape.
Yeah, I'll pay both of them out.
Probably not the time. Since
It was served.
Well, last year, I paid more.
It's already been served.
Last week.
Well, I'm gonna leave you in the same box and work that out. The grand jury of Monroe County trying to indict the charges of flagrant unsupport. You acknowledge the identity of your client receiving that only for more than you ran your plea. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, there is a check in here. Looks like 5,000.
I'll verify it and I can always dismiss the case. Probably a good idea if he's here on the 13th and the 19th to try to resolve the rest of this case.
You'll be here for the 13th for negotiation. You got the 13th on the back of that form? Yes.
August.
August 13th, and then if you go, then the 19th. Serenity Hammond. Serenity. L. Hammond.
That's the one that her and Jacob Person, I tendered orders to continue holding her.
I've got the orders.
The child services was going to put it on.
Marcus Hamilton.
That's Bruce Brown's client.
No, he stated that he had him and we stated that there was an active warrant and didn't know if he would appear or not this afternoon.
Last time I know he appeared from Zoom at some kind of halfway house in Lexington.
Who's that?
Monroe, last month.
Issue warrant.
I think there was already a warrant, didn't you say?
David E. Harper. David E. Harper. Conwell versus David E. Harper, 18 CR 0026. Are you David Harper?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1986. Last four digits, social security number 6314. And here it says on the motion to revoke, is that right?
He had a case where he owed $2,500 restitution to start with, and he had it down to $1,695. My understanding is he paid $500 today.
Paid 400.
Minus the 5%.
500. I got these here for me.
So it's paid 400 and 500?
Yeah, I paid $900 this week.
Okay. So all this should have been paid off in September of last year, I believe. I'd like to know when you can pay the rest of it off so we can close this case out.
What are you gonna be, like $225?
I think it was 400 and something. No, 725.
Left. Pay that by September the 16th, and you won't have to come back. Okay? See you. Lisa Jackson.
I don't think she's been served. Well, she's the one that had the recommended officer out of Wisconsin from the hospital.
I don't know, is there a warrant? I don't. There is.
No good deed goes in.
Where's Lisa Jackson?
I'm not saying.
She's not around here, dog. You sure?
I mean, I'm showing that her probation violation warrants were served on June 22nd.
They were. She was hurt and red.
Okay, then they're not. Courtnet is not. Courtnet is not reflecting any new active warrants.
18 CR 001330 and 19 CR 0052.
But Courtnet's, they haven't put it in the system.
Jackson. Leslie Jenkins. Leslie Jenkins.
That one's not been served either, Your Honor.
They have an active warrant.
Active warrant. CIC possibility there, Mr. Stockton. Robert Braxton Jones, we already did. Shannon Keith, did we already do?
There's an active warrant. We haven't done it, but there's an active warrant.
Shannon Keith. Okay, active warrant on that. Bobby Keys. Powell versus Bobby G. Keys, 21 CR 0024. Are you Bobby G. Keys?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1961. Last four digits, social security number 4553.
Yes.
You're on pretrial conference. I have an agreement on this. Motion has been made that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Is the same person named in indictment number 0024?
Yes.
Is your judge prepared today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You had plenty of time to look at the information, so you're fully informed.
Yes, sir.
There are certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution require you to accept the plea. I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself, no one can make the same right to speak without the jury, right to right to confront possibly and all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to call witnesses to favor, right to said the interview before they So this is a felony, please, is that correct? Yeah, may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but the party range of sentence allowed by law, do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait pre-sentence investigation reports. In the event that you do not accept the recommendation, decided to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Mr. Stockton, Mr. Carter, listen very closely.
Your Honor, upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, 2 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years on each count, run consecutively for a total of 6 years. Serve an additional 30 days on home incarceration with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle as required by KRS Chapter 304, the defendant shall pay a fine of $500 for costs. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until all restitution of court costs and further over orders of the court. The defendant shall pay towing and storage fees in lieu of forfeiture in regards to the 1998 Toyota Camry that was taken at the time of arrest on this case. The storage and towing fees shall be paid in full prior to the vehicle being released, and all fees shall be paid within 90 days of the vehicle, shall be forfeited to the Commonwealth and disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth. The defendant agrees to have any and all contraband controlled substance disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth and the Holy Interest.
What are the court costs on this? Before you need some time on that?
Yes, that's
They start paying $30 and not starting 30 days from today, okay? Now you realize this is a felony plea, as I said, and that you can have this enhanced in the future. You have another felony, there's a persistent felony, because you already know that, because you already charged PFO with that. One of these days, you're gonna get one of these things, and they're gonna hang one of these PFOs around.
Well, I go to
Huh?
I go to my mom's dick.
Okay. Now, those can be your last rodeos, because one of those can keep you up for a while. Well, you can meet with the probation and parole officer, set your signature on there. Okay, well, good luck to you. I hope your mom gets better. It's always hard.
You got to down.
Well, you spend as much time with it as you can, man. Mason Kilman.
There's an active warrant.
He is in Grayson County Police Department. He had sick. He's been over about 4 months.
Yeah, he has, he's in PSAP. He has, his graduation date is in September 7th, I think.
We've seen the card.
They want to go to PSAP. He can go pay restitution.
Hey, schedule generally, do you bring it back up?
If he's out in September, I'd ask for an October date.
October 21st. Zachary D. Law. Zachary D. Law.
The active warrant.
You're gonna be looking for the law.
And I'd also advise that CourtNet reflects Mr. Kilman's warrant is still active.
It is.
Okay. So how do you?
I think he went in PSAP before he.
He went into PSAP on a separate case, apparently.
Well, I think it was the same thing, just he went through district court.
Well, it was an F case, so it was a different case number. No, the warrant's in this case.
You pull a warrant, do
I don't know how you want it handled.
Well, if we do a summons to him.
do a summons, have him here on that day.
Okay.
Summons be here on October the 21st. Jason Lentz. Jason Lentz, 21 CR 0044. Are you Jason Lentz?
Yes.
Born in 1975. Yes. Last 4 digits, social security number 2675. Are you represented by counsel? public advocacy. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with flagrant in the amount of more than $1,000, like $5,112.45. You acknowledge the identity of Mr. Lynch, received indictment, wait formal reading, and ranking here, pleading not guilty. I'm sorry. That's your honor. What kind of bond is he in? What kind of bond is he?
He has Mr. Lentz. I just want to make sure I heard that right. Jason Lentz.
Yes.
Okay. He's out on an administrative release bond. He has been calling pretrial like he's supposed to. Appears to be in compliance.
Where do you live, sir? What do you want to do about this, Mr. Stockton?
The 13th and the 19th.
Come in here for 13th for negotiations with the Commonwealth and be back here in court on the 19th and remain on your same bond. Okay. Ethan Lynn.
No, I don't know if he's gonna be there or not. The Commonwealth wishes to withdraw its motion to revoke. I thought the officer was doing fine.
Okay, withdraw that. Next case two. James Mercer.
We did that one. Adam Miller should be next.
Adam Miller. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Adam A. Miller, 21 CR 0002. Are you Adam Miller? Born in 2000. Last 4 years of Social Security number 7308. Your day for purpose of arraignment. You have an attorney. Public advocacy. Grant, you're here today for arraignment. You may remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County returned an indictment charging you with theft of lawful taking over 500. Under 10,000. Burglary and third degree criminal mischief charges. Counsel, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Miller? Yes, Your Honor. You have the indictment, acknowledge receipt. With formal reading and arraignment, it approves not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Yes, Your Honor. And then give me the order. Now, this is reciprocal discovery order, sir, that we're giving you all the evidence that we have. Okay. You'll be here on the 13th of next month for negotiation, and the 19th you need to be back here. Understand that?
Judge.
Yes.
I'm needing Mr. Miller's phone number. He has not contacted pretrial like he's supposed to. He's out on a 15,000 surety.
You give him your phone number here. Yep.
502 694 3589.
Call her the close of business, okay? You'll be back here on the 13th and that. Sybil Poland. Rest her.
He's sleeping. She's falling asleep quite a bit.
Me too. But I'm not stoned. You go get her, or you take her to jail or something?
Yeah. I don't know where you'll find it.
Yeah, bring her back. I don't know. Well, anybody can take a minute to you want to sit through this. What? What was? No. Howell versus James K. Scott, 21 CR 0052. Are you James K. Scott? And born in 1971. Last 4 digits, Social Security number 5856. Here today for purpose of arraignment. You, public defender wants to sit in on this. Here, I want you. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Who's arrested officer on this thing? You know?
Must be a
You don't have the district court file. Who's arrested officer?
Cookie forward.
She's Sue. Yeah. He come back here on the 13th and the 19th, so what it is. 13th and 19th. You guys phone him?
I got his phone
Okay, you know, you be on your way. Come back here on the 13th and negotiate with him, and on the 19th for your next court. Okay. Cindy Smith. Conroe versus Cindy Gay Smith, 20 CR 0013 and 21 CR 0018.
I just asked to continue her cases generally until we get Marcus Hamilton in custody because he's a co-defendant on one case and he's preventing me from making a deal with Miss Smith. Because they were both charged with the same man and the same vehicle, and if she takes a plea on it, then he may try to put it off on her, so I just need to continue the general.
I think she has an arraignment. Oh, no, they're both pre-trials.
They're both pre-trial.
I'm needing Miss Smith to get in touch with the pretrial.
I call her Tuesday.
She needs you
Okay,
to call.
yeah, okay. I see it now. I knew we had issues getting, I see it now. Sorry.
Okay.
You're good.
Joanne to
That one was taken off the dock.
taking off the docket. Ezekiel Turner. Don't let me forget to put that Zoom thing. Conroe versus Ezekiel Turner, 21 CR 00066, from Ezekiel Turner, born in 1991. Last four digits, social security number 6449. What public advocacy active? Charged with assault, second degree. Possession of, no. You acknowledge the identity of this gentleman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether formal reading arranged with knowledge received about me, not guilty, jury, off the job. Ezekiel, those are some pretty serious allegations that you hadn't had any other problems since then. Okay. 13th and 16th. Jacob Urson.
That was Mr. Hersey.
We took off, it's off the docket.
Ronnie Vince. Ronnie. Ronnie Vince.
Sorry.
What's your year of birth, sir?
32.
Last four digits, social security number.
684.
You've been indicted on what the public advocate. The grand jury of Monroe County has declared indicted charging you possession of controlled substance, possession of drugs. And failure to eliminate your registration plate. Need to be back here on the 13th and the 19th.
Mr. Vincent,
What?
Mr. Vincent needs to call pretrial.
Can I get that phone number? Give me your number there.
You know when you're ready.
Go ahead.
We're ready.
502 694 3589. Thank you.
Okay. Sybil Jane Coleman. Double Gabby, zero recognition. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Sybil Jane Poland, 21 CR 0041. Grand jury of Monroe County has determined that charging you possession of controlled substance in the first degree. Do you think that this lady needs to be tested in addition to her? Okay. 13th and the 16th. Is that it?
As far as I know, that's sufficient. Sufficient.
Okay, do we have any civil docket left?
We do, but it doesn't look like anybody. Do you have
You're all
something?
outside.
Judge,
Yeah, we have a confidential, but we have some other civil first.
hey, is Sybil Poland going into custody?
No,
I need her to call pretrial.
is she not in compliance?
No, she's not.
Judge, she hasn't been in compliance with pretrial.
You need to do what she, if you want to stay out, you need to do what she tells you. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Write the number down.
Sybil,
Yes.
Whitney with pretrial. I need you to call us. Okay, can you write down the
Okay.
number?
I've got it for her, Whitney.
All right, 502-694-3589.
And we need to call you.
John Casey.
Time is it? You can call me as soon as you leave court. I mean, you won't probably get me. That phone number rings to several counties, but you'll get a pretrial officer that can help you, okay?
Okay.
Just call when you leave court.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sure, John Casey.
John Casey Bryant.
Whitney, did you hear we're issuing a warrant for John Casey Bryant? He was here and got notified he might be drug tested and left.
So let's call her.